We live. Just gotta do one more thing, then we'll get going here. How we doing, everybody? Of course, I'm on debug menu. Give away the recipe. Oh my goodness. It was on there because I was trying to get my graphic for the thumbnail. Hope everybody's having a good week so far. Again, just give me one moment here. Doing the posting that I'm going live, but then if I post it in my Facebook, it puts it on Instagram and Threads at the same time. Even though I don't really use Facebook much anymore, but use it as a means, a method to an end by multiple places, multiple locations. Maybe it gets me an extra person or two. Greg, I've known you for 20 years. I didn't know you were a live streamer. Somebody said that a few years ago. So yes, I do that on the side. What happened to your day job? Still at the day job. I think just about ready. Just making sure it's confirmed, posted. But yeah, as it says, we're live on Twitch, YouTube, and Kick, and we're going to be doing a mining and chill stream today. We got a lot of resources to get, and we got 5 game days until the next Horde night, so we got plenty of time. If we do a couple hours, a couple days of work in the game tonight, then we're going to be, I think, rocking and rolling as far as not having too much to worry about. Good. We are rocking. We are rolling. Twitch mobile going. Awesome. Let's do it. As with before, as always, hope everybody's having a wonderful day. And a wonderful start to your week as well. So far, so good. A good week for me. We do have miner helmet, miner outfit, and miner boots. I wonder if we want to check the trader real quick. I got 7,600 dukes. And of course, we're right near the base here, so some of our activity is going to cause screamers no matter what. We'll just have to keep our ear out for them. Plus, I also just ran a whole bunch of glue into the chem station. Hi. How you doing? Oh, goodness. Ooh. Who left the door open?
If you drink all the... Wipe that smirk off your face. Doing one job doesn't make us pals.
Me?
Got it?
Smirk? Okay, here's the thing. So we finished eliminating those threats. Okay, so one of our... oh, Cop Slayer. It actually says it right up top there. So we finished another tree or another item that gives us a reward. We've got a crucible, no worries. There's a level 3 solar cell, and I said only a level 4 or 5 or 6 for us to buy. However, I didn't say anything about the getting the item. There is a super corn recipe. Water filter's obvious too, like we wouldn't have to boil, but boiling honestly isn't too bad. Legendary parts we're doing reasonable on, so I'm not worried about that. Oh, that's rough. Did I leave the... I did not. Okay. And yet I just let him in now. Decaffeinated. Alright. Dasha, good morning to you. Evening for me, but morning for you.
Well, you proved me wrong.
Happy Thursday, man.
Now take your reward and get the hell out of here.
I'm... What's really the key with getting super corn these days? You could also use it for glue. Fuel or something like that. You can, it is being used in other items, but see, Magic had a a modlet that allowed you to have super stew, or what, right? Yeah, not just stew, meat stew, super meat stew. And it was corn instead, or sorry, it was super corn instead of corn. Mm. Oh man, I am so torn on this. We did get that solar bank. I'm gonna say we're likely to get the super corn seed recipe, and this is a reasonable start on
Look quick,
solar.
buy quicker, piss off fastest.
So we'll see. A minor helmet, but no. Oh, it's a level 4 also. What do we got?
If you don't like my food, you can always go
Level
dumpster
2.
diving. Don't test my
And
patience.
he restocks
It's
day
thinner than your
46,
wallet.
so that's
You're getting on
the
my
next.
nerves,
No, it's 2 days.
friend. Try anything smart, and you'll get a new start.
You know, Trader Rect, I try to stand up for you. I really do. But you know, I got no witty comeback. It's not hitting me. Oh, but he does have grenades. What's a full stack? I mean, we're going to be able to make grenades reasonably after we get nitrate and coal. Got all the other parts to make them, so... Yeah. Okay, yeah, solar cells. So, level 3 is 4,700 Dukes right now. So... It saves us a little bit of cash if we have at least one solar cell given to us. All right.
Oh, some days
Now,
I
what's that,
don't even know
Dasher?
why
You're
I open
you're
my
working on
doors.
biome progression, or what was the what was that in response to? Okay. And yeah, we're not gonna hike out to the other traders. Oops. Oh, the super corn? What, like it as a means for biome progression? I'm sorry, man. I'm making you over-explain that, aren't I? Projects. How much? Oh, it actually doesn't tell you how much wattage it does. They should totally do that. Huh. Don't you need it for one of the smoothies? Oh. Atomic smoothie, there you go. Now we've got super corn, we just couldn't make the seeds. Yeah, 55. And then it's 1 per recipe. Wow. Yeah, this next weekend I think we'll probably end up doing a the Wastelands unlock, so that we've got all the biomes unlocked and ready to go. Trying to put the meats away. Oh, there. All right, and I did some water. Overflow water's over here. Okay. All right. Do this, huh? Don't you need it for what? Oh, why did I read that twice? I thought you sent something new. That's funny. Diggy, diggy hole. Dig in a hole. Yeah, we'll go ahead and get a couple coffees in us. But with the mining gear, we're not going to be too bad on stamina with a steel pickaxe even. And then we did read the book, at least where we get more material back. 10% more with coffee in our system. But we still... Oh, wait, did we learn blackstrap? We did. However, again, the nitrate and coal to make gunpowder is part of the reason we're doing this today. So we're going to hit at least 8 to 10 stacks of stone, and then we'll move on to our other goals. And there happens to be nitrate down here already. So that's good. I'm not going to go wider than 3 blocks here for these tunnels. Hungry? That's bound to happen too, where we're going to have to go back and make some more foods. Unless I already had some stew sitting back at the base. Yeah, I was thinking I didn't really mind the smoothies being added. I'm all for any kind of crafted food, drink stuff being added to the game. I think it'd be neat to add, or to keep it in there as a bonus, something extra while you're in this biome. If you have this smoothie in your system, you know, and do the rule of only 3 at a time allowed, or 3 active smoothie buff, stacked buff things. So like, I don't know, maybe 5% looting bonus, so up to 15%, like 1, 2, 3, you know. One of them expires, now you're down to 10%. 2 of them expires, now you're down to 5%. You know, and then it goes away after if you don't re-up. If you made more of those smoothies, and obviously if they bring back temperature control and stuff like that, if you're too hot, too cold, you know, smoothie in one biome could cool you off, smoothie in another biome could warm you up. I think that'd be pretty neat. Doesn't make or break for me if it is or is not in the game. It's just a kind of an additional thought. Maybe it was already mentioned, yeah, because we had a lot of people chime in on the town hall stuff, so. Alright, so we're currently sitting at 5,400 stone. 36,000 will be 6 stacks of stone. $60,000 would be 10 stacks, so somewhere in between there we'll chill. What we're gonna do with the stone then is we're gonna take 6 or 7 stacks to the trader player vending machine to sell, and which is important that we go and see how much days are left on there. I think we did it on day 30. But we've already eaten up almost 15 days of game day without putting more items in to sell. Which, hindsight, when we sold a lot of the... Or did we sell it yet? I'll check. But the extra, like, armor, gear, and stuff like that, I wonder if we can get more dukes by just putting it in the vending machine. Don't know when it'll sell, but it should sell randomly at some point, and if it gets to giving us more dukes, then better. If we need dukes right away, then we'll just find other methods to get quick dukes. I do like this as a, you know, selling the stacks of stone means you got to do the work. The compact stacks, however, that old trick was too much. You could get like 1,000,000 dukes pretty easily. Or at least like 100,000 dukes. It was something like that. But yeah, I think that method's a little too extreme with the compact stacks, so I don't mind that the Fun Pimps nerfed it out. But yeah, how far did this take us? Yeah, we're up in the hill. Yeah, let's just go north from here. But the regular method of you know, 6,000 stone. You got 6,000 right here. 6, 7, 8. But yeah, so that 6,000, and you'll get 6,000 dupes for it. I like that because we're sitting here and we're doing the work for it. Otherwise, you know, why not just turn on creative menu and give yourself a whole bunch of dukes? Well, let's see. Last night, I was feeling a little bit better. I went out to a movie. Finally saw Jurassic World Rebirth. I thought it was alright. I could see why critics didn't like it, or some of the critics I watched didn't like it. I think it still did reasonable on the Rotten Tomato score or something. And it's over $750 million dollars in the box office after 4 to 5 weeks. So even if the franchise is kind of taking a little dip, it's still making money, and I think there's a good chance that they're going to make another one. Without spoiling the end, I think the characters that do make it to the end, I would like to see in another movie. So I won't say who. Won't spoil it that way. You know, somebody's got to make it to the end. But yeah, I thought it was alright. And honestly, I kind of like that they went for. Let's go back to the horror element of how scary it is to have these dinosaurs in a real life environment, and how risky it is to be around them. You know, that anything could happen, whether they're the carnivore ones or not. You know, it's big beasts, big creatures that are not common for us these days. I do like some of the awe and splendor that they put into these movies, and this one's no different. It's a good job of showing us some of those moments. But yeah, I think the story. I think they went for a basic approach, and I think that's fine for this one. But I think they need to lock in a much better plot element if they do another one with roughly the same crew of people. So, but yep, so that was my movie last night. Like I said, I wasn't feeling too hot yesterday, so no drawing stream again. And it's frustrating because I do want to do the drawing streams. Then I had to go in really early for work today. So I was gonna at least wake up early, and I had it all scheduled and planned out. I was gonna wake up early, do a couple hours of drawing and over breakfast, and had to go into work early. Came back home, got like an hour nap, and then went back into work. So it was a long day, but yeah, I think the drawing stuff's coming along pretty nicely. The drawing and writing. Again, I just keep saying this because it's just kind of important to me to be upfront, but not a writer. I know formal training in writing. I don't know the pros, the cons, the ins, the outs. I have a book called Writing for Dummies, you know, all those for dummies books, and yet I haven't read it yet. So, that being said, I have a story to tell. I have several stories to tell, and I'm gonna still do it. And the way I see it is, if I just do it in a point where I'm living a life where I'm constantly giving up and not following through and doing things. If anything, if I could just do it, you know, good or bad, and that was going to be one of my comic books I was going to put out. Good or bad, I made a comic. Goba Mac. Which I still might do. As a kind of like a what do you call those? Like, it used to be like ash can comics, you know, where you can make the little 5x9, 5 inches by 9 inches for those not aware of what I'm talking about. But yeah, I was gonna do like a little ash can and just like get some starting stories in there. Make it about, oh gosh, should be in fours, right? So wouldn't it be 16 pages? 16 or 20 pages of something where you get like a few pages preview of this, few pages preview of that, and you know, if I could get that cheaply printed and sent to me where I got all the proper pages on each side, then I could do guerrilla printing and I could staple them here at home, and I would sit here. I used to do this with some ash cans at my conventions, and you know, it'd just be black and white, so it'd be photocopy. But yeah, you get the sheets, you put them together like a book, and you get something soft underneath, like styrofoam or a cardboard box, and you staple one, staple two, the other side down the what's it called, the spine, and then you turn it over, and on the inside of the book, and I got like my own little old metal ruler, and I'd take the tip of the metal ruler and I'd push the staples down, because I didn't have a stapler that was long enough to staple in 5 inches. You know, and I didn't want to spend all day at FedEx office, Kinko's, back in the day. I didn't want to spend that time there using their stapler, which did have a long reach to do that. Oh, those were the days, guerrilla printing. Yeah, and there's probably a good 100 ash can comics out there that one or two people might have a copy left or something. And you know, as cool as it is, like at that point, the actual comic story I was trying to put together, I had somebody else illustrate the pages. Rob Hicks was the artist, good guy, I think out of Arizona. And so yeah, he was kind enough to illustrate. Yeah, obviously paid him for it. And I did the cover, and yeah, it was a hoot. It was a real good time. I was really happy to do that. But you know, life and things got in the way around that time, so I didn't really get to do more or finish more, and that's what we're doing now. Is pretty much almost 20 years later. Finally get to jump back on this now. One of the positive and encouraging things for me with this story that I'm writing, that's basically a upgrade and an enhancement of what I originally wanted to do 20 years ago. That's exactly the upbeat positivity I'm looking at. It is now that I've been through 20 years of life since I wanted to do this story, I now have, I think, better insights and better understanding of where I want characters to start, the journey I want them to go on, and then therefore the end results that I want them to get to, how I want my characters to grow and go through these experiences. So I think it's been really nice this past month now writing what I've been writing, and I've been trying to lock down. This is the character's name. This is what the character is now in the story. This is what the character's gonna be. This, you know, maybe this is what part of their backstory is. This character goes by this name, but they also go by that name. They also have this third name, you know, and why do they have those names? So I'm like adding in all of this intricate stuff that that I didn't have before. Like, it's in the back of my mind. It's amazing, like how much is that I've been recalling that I was trying to do before. But yeah, it's all been in the back of my mind. I just kind of put it on the way back burner, even when I was trying to do comic book conventions and sell artwork. And it just turned out like I still had it there, and I just waiting for the time in my life where I can get creative again. And I don't feel like I'm 100% there creatively, but I feel like I'm like 85%, which is making me feel pretty good. The creative desire. Now, following through and getting the creative stuff done. I still got a lot of work. I've got to get my hand-eye coordination working. My hands need to stop shaking when I'm drawing. And that's going to come from rebuilding even like muscle strength from my fingers to my wrist to my elbow and all that, you know. The stuff that you lose when you don't use it for so many years. And that's just simply holding a pencil and drawing and sketching details of illustration, you know. So stuff that I built up as a kid into a teenager into my early 20s that I've lost now because I haven't used that ability on a regular basis. So, but yeah, so I think it's not going to be the first, not going to be the 10th. That's like the 20,000th time, maybe exaggerating that number, obviously. But I'm going to be starting off by sharing some more of the characters. And what I'm going to try to do, and this I learned when I was briefly in school for animation, and that's a character sheet, and that's going to basically be one pose of a character facing forward, one pose with a side view, profile view, and then like a headshot, so you can see up close and personal their face, their head, and just doing like a character sheet like that. And then obviously I'll have my notes that I have now where I talk about the character's stats and information, and then I'll have a public version that I'm going to create so you guys can see all that. Yep, in progress. I'm working on it. Got some plans in motion. I've said that for years and years and years. The only difference now is, other than Dragon Con at the end of the month, I'm going to go to Dragon Con here in Atlanta. And then time with family in the Christmas time. And then a trip right after Christmas to Orlando is in the works. But between that and the next 6 months, those kind of 2, almost 3 items, I am setting aside a good portion of that time for obviously some of the streaming and content creation I'm trying to do, but content creation adjacent is, you know, the comic book stuff. So it's all happening. As was it the Band-Aids would say on Almost Famous. Love it. Goop, hey, good to see you. How you been? What genre am I shooting for my comic stories? Is that what you're asking? I'm engagement farming. I'm getting you to chime in one more time before I answer. Doing good, and yeah, for your comics, nice. Yeah, just making sure too. So funny enough, I was sitting and thinking about that, and since I myself am into a lot of genres, I started identifying that what I'm wanting to do. So there's going to be 3 core stories. I should keep doing this while I'm talking, right? There's going to be 3 core stories that I initially started the seeds planting for in the work I'm doing right now. The first one I would say fits with a medieval fantasy type genre where you're going to see some obvious elements of Lord of the Rings, Dungeons and Dragons mixed with a little bit of some anime influenced, manga influenced type relationship and journey type stories, how characters interact. Now I myself, and I'm actually glad you brought it up, and we'll get to the rest of the genres here. I myself have never read The Hobbit or Lord of the Rings, like the books themselves. I've listened to the audio books, and obviously the Peter Jackson movies are some of my favorite movies. The reason I bring that up is I'm getting ready to set myself a goal to read The Hobbit and then Lord of the Rings, Fellowship, Two Towers, and Return of the King. And then next year I'll try to dive into the Silmarillion. And I'll try to dive into some other stuff, dependencies and everything extra that they've got. So, reason I bring that up. Oh, okay, that clipped for a little bit. It looked like water. Why did it look like water there? That was crazy.
Orange mocha
First,
frappuccino! Yeah!
Cherish, how you doing? Welcome. Come on in. Pull up a chair. Relax. Here, let me get an SO going for you. How's your day? How's your stream? Also, that helps me see that my bot is in fact working right now. Tiny raid alert? No, no worries. Appreciate you bringing some folks over, even if it's tiny. I always love having people over. Enjoy your lurk. Hope your stream was well. You were doing 7 Days to Die as well, so hope your 7 days was going well as well. We're just talking about my comic book stuff again and talking about genres. So Goop, yeah, it's going to be for The Adventures of Tim Garn is my core book. It's the story that I've been wanting to do since 2003 with loose character changes and adaptations that I've had all my life. They were updated and put into an initial final form of something I like created from a kid to teenager or to whatever. And then 2003, I had written 3 issues, comic book issues of script for what was just going to be called Mocktails at the time, and now it's either going to be Mocktails: The Adventures of Tim Garn, or it's just going to be called The Adventures of Tim Garn. Tales is spelled Tales, so it's like telling a tale, and it does come from a play on words from mocktails, the non-alcoholic beverage. I'm not much of a drinker, not really interested in drinking much. So every time I kind of went out to hang out with friends, good chances are that I was drinking a soda while everybody was drinking a beer or something. So yeah, we used to kind of joke about that, and so the idea for mocktails is also like a mock wedding, right, or a mock trial. You're gonna do the precursor before the actual thing, right? And so I feel that life is a mocktail. You live the life so that you have the tale to tell it, right? So I'm going to probably still keep that in the back pocket, the whole mocktails thing. But The Adventures of Tim Garn is the main part that I'm wanting to definitely go forward with. And The Adventures of Tim Garn, even like with the word adventures in it, I think it's the fantasy medieval genre format, right? So yeah, I'm gonna keep that going. So we have that genre for that book. I have another one that I'm working on that was a initial concept piece that I quickly put together for a contest I was entering, and I didn't get very far. Like I didn't make it to any rounds or anything like that of the contest, but it was to create a comic book, and this company was going to publish the winner, and you would have to sign over rights and everything like that. So it's probably a good idea that I didn't go far with it for them for that contest. However, the idea stuck in my head, and the basic core concept I don't mind telling because I was used to tell it at the conventions. The basic core concept is Pleasantville meets Marvel Zombies. Now, in the movie Pleasantville, Tobey Maguire, Reese Witherspoon, and like William H. Macy and others, the character Tobey Maguire's character and his sister get pulled into Tobey Maguire's favorite TV show, which happens to be like an old Donna Reed, My Three Sons kind of format. And being that he's interested in that old school format of TV show, and his sister thought he was always weird, getting pulled into it is like an even bigger trip, because now they're living in this place called Pleasantville, and they're living by that TV show's rules of their reality, right? And you know, the trailer gives it away, so I'm not going to spoil it too much, but you know, the world begins to break down because they're obviously not from that world, and they influence it to change. Which reminds me, I should watch that sometime soon. It's been years, like 20 years. But yeah, so Pleasantville meets Marvel Zombies. The reason I say Marvel Zombies is because around the time that I was working on the idea real quickly, is that the Marvel Zombies first came out with their first set of stories of Marvel Zombies. And I liked the concept of what if the zombie apocalypse hits, you know, the superhero world, and what do you do when that chaos ensues? You know, all of a sudden, you know, somebody as strong as Superman, which I don't think would happen in a zombie apocalypse, gets infected and turns into a zombie, and you know, everybody's screwed at that point. You got somebody that's fast, strong, and you know, it's just unstoppable at that point. But you know, that chaos part of it is what I liked, and you know, I've always been a fan of the zombie genre. So I started kind of working on a theme of like, what if, like, yeah, these superheroes basically get put into this situation where they come from a world where you know, the heroes always win, the villains always lose, sun rises and sets, and everything's always happy at the end of the day. And then they get brought into another world where the laws of their world don't exist anymore. When I initially came up with that concept, I had already created mocktails as another dimensional area anyways, like where the whole story takes place. So the fun part about that, when I ended up just not submitting or not going further with the contest and kept it for myself, is I was like, well, it folds right over into the comic universe of what I was doing with mocktails. And so I basically said, okay, then it's my second book in this comic world, this universe. So that one, I would say, now leans towards superhero, sci-fi genre for that story. The third one, I'll say, is more slice of life, because I really do love manga and anime, where you just have this happenstance moment where somebody comes along and is helping two people in a either romantic or friendship way, through the fact that they are either a mystical creature or just that person that, you know, even Dr. Seuss is a thing, you know, like Cat in the Hat. This creature or individual comes along and happens to help people, just by being the oddball, out of place creature that they are. And funny enough, when I say Cat in the Hat, the character is Polly, my cat girl that I initially was using for my mascot. We'll still use Polly for my mascot for the stream, but yeah, so she's a cat. She's a cat girl. So and it doesn't give too much away, but she's basically a fae. She's able to use glamour to make her appearance different, for people. Unless you could see her true appearance, you know, she looks like a cat girl. And she looks like, trying to think of how much I want to say. Basically, to everybody else, she looks like somebody cosplaying a cat girl, you know. So she's got human ears, but then she's got the headband with the cat ears. And in actuality, to our main characters, they actually see her for the cat girl she is, and so she really is one. Real quick, back to chat here. Belisaro, how you doing? Have you seen Last Action Hero? That's kind of similar theme. Yes, and that's another influence there. Admittedly, that's another influence. I'm very much a fan of the heroes being pulled out of their world and into another world genre. And today I was reminded of another story that I think very obviously is an inspirational along the way story, and that's the story of Den from the 1981 Heavy Metal movie. Raise your hand if you guys have seen Heavy Metal. Um, Raise two hands if you saw Heavy Metal when you were not age appropriate to see Heavy Metal. But I was good and I didn't over abuse the early watchings of said movie. So Belisar, never seen that. I would highly recommend it to anybody. Keep in mind there is some nudity and some gore in it. It's animation, but yeah, it's definitely a for mature audiences animation. Um, the story of Den is basically a nerdy kid that gets picked on, is taken out of his world of Earth and brought into a fantasy world, and is put into a body of a barbarian character, and that barbarian character then, you know, saves the girl, defeats the bad guy, and you know, what happens after that, you know, I'll leave to you guys to watch the movie, of course. Heavy Metal, for those that don't know, has small stories of different characters, different locations, different things happening. There's a background, story connection for the Heavy Metal movie. But the Heavy Metal magazine was the same thing. It was the pulp magazine that would have all these short story comic stories, and so they were able to make a movie in 1981, an animated movie, and so they did these small short stories of characters, and they're all connected by this strange green orb called the Lochnar. In that particular movie, but if I remember correctly, the magazine didn't necessarily have that. That was a plot device for the movie. See, the first horror I saw was Friday the 13th Part 8 because my sister had a sleepover and left the video on the VCR, and I watched it in the morning. There you go. I remember seeing Friday the 13th Part 2 first when it came to the Friday the 13th movies. And so when I watched the first Friday the 13th, spoilers for that one, sort of, I was like, wait a minute, why is wow, why is Jason, excuse me, sorry, horror aficionados, my apologies. Yeah, because like, even horror fans don't do that once in a while. Jason was not wearing a hockey mask, was wearing like this, potato sack over his head. I'm like, what? And I'll leave it at that so I don't fully spoil it for anybody. But yeah, so when I finally watched the first one, I was like, wow, this is kind of different. Yeah, so that's a good one to bring up, Friday the 13th. Yeah, so overall, and Goop, I'm sorry, are you still there? The overall genres really are going to be vast because I want to do science fiction, I want to do fantasy, I want to do aliens, I want to do angels and demons and everything like that. But I also want to try to find a way to cohesively do it so that the persons reading it are able to say, I'm still on board, or you know, I don't want someone to read like 2, 3, 4 chapters of the book, and then all of a sudden it goes from this to slapstick comedy in a way that like completely ruins, you know, the kind of established format I'm already doing. Now, I mean, I will say I've got some ideas from the writing I've done in the last 4 to 5 weeks now. I've got an idea to do I'll say it as this: Tales from the, and then insert the thing that it's going to be. And while Polytechnolust is going to be a slice of life story in upon itself, its own contained kind of story, slice of life, the Tales from the whatever is going to be, I won't give it away yet, the idea there is to definitely do sideline stories of these characters from all these books in a slice of life themed format. You can have the world is ending, whatever stuff in the main story, or the horrors and tragedies of fighting in wars and everything in your other story. But the fun part about putting some of this aside is what happens in between all of those life or death situation moments. Today's the day this character is going to make pancakes for the other character, and so it's just like what happens that morning, and it's just a day in the life, slice of life kind of story. So I've got stuff like that planned as well. It's just I gotta have time to do it, and right now it's definitely it's been so nice to just write. And again, I tell everybody this isn't a harsh criticism against myself. This is me just trying to be upfront and honest. I've got no formal training in writing. I've got no desire to have anybody else write my stuff. It's just I've got a story I want to tell, so I'm going to do my best to plan and put together these stories cohesively, and that's what the next 5 to 6 months is. Over that time, again, I'll be trying to share artwork and everything like that as best as possible. What's that now, Velsorrow? Same thing happened to you for Halloween 3. Really? Yeah. No, that is a good one. That's the same thing for me. I've only seen all the way through Halloween 3. And I've seen it like 50 times because it was the one that was on TV all the time. And I don't recall ever seeing any of the other Halloween movies. Oh, you're like, where's Michael? Okay, that part I get. I see what you're saying. Yeah. But yeah, in my case, yeah, I've only seen Halloween 3 ever. So there's so many movies though that I haven't seen yet, and that's because you know, obviously there's just so much out there. And the problem with being into everything is you can't see everything because there's not enough time. By the time you remember, oh, I was going to watch this movie, you probably said, oh, but I'm going to watch this other one instead. And it's nothing against the one that you're skipping over. It's just circumstantially you chose this one over the other one. And then I jokingly say, and yet I've watched The Martian like 50 times in the last 5 years. So, All right, let's cap out this stack of stone, and then we'll move on to the next item here. Yeah, we're almost an hour in. I should be working on another set of items. Oh, right, it's gonna be 66,000 stone over here when we've got a full stack. So, yeah, I really like the idea of where I've got things going to with my stories. It's been over the course, like I said, of 20 years. I've at least had this stuff in the back of my mind. And yeah, now it's all about delivering and making it happen. Coop, excited what you on. I'm excited on what you ultimately draft. All 3 are right down my alley. I've always been a huge fan of Tolkien's work and Warcraft. I'm glad you brought up Warcraft as well. I love the zombie survival genre. I've been enjoying Freyr, I've been told to check that out, and I'll have something for that in a moment. Feel good adventure fantasy, yes. So let me start from the end of that and come back to the rest. Briaren, I don't know if I'm saying it right. I've been seeing all sorts of stuff about that character. That's been hitting my algorithm on Twitter. Now, I mean I looked it up because I wanted to know a little bit more about it, right? Like what the heck is this that it keeps trying to show me? Unfortunately, some of my Twitter algorithm, or fortunately, maybe, I don't know, depends on the person I'm going to say this to, The algorithm's also showing me fan art, and you know where I'm going with this. So, yeah, there's some fan art or animations of that character that are not appropriate. And from what I understand, having not seen the animation, the actual animation, um, it's not intended to be anywhere near not sufficient for work style. So, oh shit, no, we're gonna lose out on. All right, if we could at least put in 6 and look at the date.
Trader
Oh,
Rick is now closed, so get off my lawn.
can you imagine? Can you? Can we poke through the fence? Okay. Um. Okay. Now, Goop, what's the oh no to? Is it what I saw on Twitter, or is it that I missed out on the vending machine? We at least got. I'm gonna need some of the stone anyways for projects. Creepy music time. Yeah. So admittedly, yeah, I saw stuff for Fier and both the proper stuff and some not sufficient for work stuff. So I had a misunderstanding at first, and then I looked up the appropriate information about it, and so at some point I'm gonna check out. Oh, whoa! I have no other arrows, really. But yeah, at some point I'm gonna check out the actual animation. Yeah, people making things not safe for work. Yeah. Especially when it's stuff that's like my comics. I'll let you guys know my comics are going to be intended for mature readers, um, and I do plan to have safe for work, so to speak, versions of them. So I will be making them initially with a not safe for work goal, and I will have safe for work versions. But yeah, my intentions are definitely to do the more adult themed stuff. However, yeah, when it comes to like stuff like that, God, anime is so corrupted over the years. Wow, we have a lot of stuff. All right, so what else was I saying? You had mentioned Tolkien, right? And Warcraft. So so yeah, just coming back to that a little bit. So yeah, my intentions are now um, to go back and actually read Lord of the Rings. I'd never done that before, so I do have intentions of doing just that. Oh, right, we could do right click while we're holding the item. Because I'm a massive fan of the movies, and that's one that I wholeheartedly want to go back to the source material and read it directly from the source, right? I want to know what Tolkien was putting together in words, so that I can. There's twofold things here that I want to do. I admittedly I grew up with a kind of an undiagnosed and still not diagnosed problem with reading, and I never really fully understood it. I have just like a focus issue with reading. I love writing, but reading, like I'll recap my stuff, and I'm like, I know I wrote this, but I have to reread a paragraph sometimes, several times, to comprehend what I wrote sometimes. So reviewing my own drafts is kind of rough. But because it's important to me, I'm sticking with it, and I'm trying to find ways to make it easier to read and format when I work on it. So with that in mind, I had a hard time with the idea of picking up a lot of books when I was younger, when I would constantly hear people talk about, you should read this, you should read that, and when people say you should, I take it as in people are telling me what to do, and I don't like that. Their intentions are not ill, you know, they're not trying to force me to do something really bad, you know. I think books are amazing, right? So that's not bad. But I still for some reason I recoil at the thought of being told of what to do. So when people tell me you should read this, I'm like, I should do no such thing. Anyways, what I'm getting at with that. So I've come to the realization in my life that since I really do enjoy um since I really do enjoy Lord of the Rings, the movies, the Peter Jackson movies, I wanted to kind of go and look at some of the influences that, like, tangentially I've or learned some influences, because there are people that would talk about Lord of the Rings, that would talk about Dungeons and Dragons, that would talk about these stories, um, about these characters and the adventures and what they were about, what these characters are about. So over all these years of hearing that from friends and I'm sure through other media, I've seen things about Lord of the Rings. I now want to read it because of the two reasons. I want to read good literature, you know, good stories. Is one reason, but the other way is, or the other thing I want to do is I want to read it because I want to make sure that I'm not doing exactly something that has already been written or done. Does that make sense? You know, if Tolkien already did it and did it well, unless I have a take on a similar approach, I don't want to do it the same as Tolkien. And then obviously there's thousands of or more of books, novels, authors that are out there doing a fantasy genre of some sort that could possibly be similar to what I'm doing already. At I've had to concede that I still want to do my stories with the possibility that I'm going to be doing something that somebody's already done before, and I've come to a comfortability of that's just going to happen. Now I'm going to try to do my research on some of the stuff I'm doing to eliminate some of that before I go to a publication. But some of that could also be where some of you guys can come in. Oh, Jiminy Christmas. All right. Our wolf evolved to a dire wolf. So it's been we've had 3 wolves in here. And now it's a dire wolf. Oh boy. Oh, we don't have regular wood. And it's a good thing he wanted to break out of the one spot there and not others. I'll get back to chat here real quick. What was that? Villasara, I had the same mindset. I had kids trying to get me to smoke cigarettes with them. Put my foot down. Now I'm not a spring chicken, but I've never smoked in my life. Whole family smokes. Yeah, I don't know what it was. Like, same thing. Most of my family smokes, and I've never been interested. You know, can't say never, I guess, but to me, yeah, it's never been a comfortable thing for me either. So it's good one to bring up there. I'm glad you said that. Let's do late. And Cairo, how you doing? Good to see you. Welcome to the chat. What we're talking about, influences, right? So or vicarious influences, right? Yeah, so for me, I think there's a very obvious we'll come back to this later. there's a very obvious influence from Tolkien and the fantasy genre when it leads towards medieval fantasy type stuff, right? You know, from my understanding, that's where a good chunk of the elves in the fantasy nature come from, right? Is from what Tolkien did, and then some other stories, obviously. And then the other influences is D&D, right? Like the other confession I have to make is I have a hard time with RPGs, role-playing games, and I mean that in the tabletop sense. The video game sense is a little bit easier sometimes, but even that I would struggle a little bit with video game RPGs. So for me, when I would do tabletop gaming, I played Shadowrun, a little bit of Rifts, which I will admit some of the dimensional shift influence is a little bit from Rifts. So if you guys have played that tabletop. Real quick, let me see. Oh, we do have coal up here. And then we can go back in our old tunnel there for some more nitrate, which actually maybe that's where that nitrate vein is coming from, is from this coal. Let's find out. But yeah, so the other thing is like I was researching a little bit more info on bag of holding in D&D. For those that don't know, which was me for a little while. For those that don't know, bag of holding is basically you got your bag and the inside's bigger than it looks like on the outside. It can contain items that the traveler has in a compact small space is the very basic definition, my definition of it at least. If somebody has a better definition, obviously feel free. But yeah, so bag of holding, I have an item that's going to be in my story that's similar to a bag of holding, but obviously I don't want to copy Dungeons and Dragons. Now, had I not known by way of some conversations with others, had I not known that that was already a Dungeons and Dragons item, obviously I think it would be a very rare chance that I would have called it a bag of holding as well. But the principle's similar, so therefore it's very easy for people to say, "Oh, you're just copying Dungeons and Dragons." So I had to, kind of look around a little bit more. I haven't done a lot of research, but I'm a fan of like what they've done in Harry Potter in some of those instances. I'm a fan of Doctor Who, the TARDIS being bigger on the inside and everything. So I'm going to continue forward with an item that's like that in my story. But that's one of those things that, like I said, that there's got to be some research done. But at the same time, I'm not wanting to now research things for the next 20 years of my life. I've already waited 20 years for what I'm doing, so I'm wanting to dive in and go ahead and do stuff. So I think if I could find a way to just, continue to be transparent, like there may be some things in what I write that have already been done by others, but I have a story I want to tell. I'm now putting the intelligence I feel back on the audience to understand that fact about me as a creator. See, Goop, Tolkien built his world so big it's hard not to relate. It really is and here's the thing, from what I know, which isn't a lot, but enough, I think, to say what I'm about to say, is Tolkien was somebody that was able to create historical background for so many things, and correct me if I'm wrong, like he wrote Elvish language, like actual linguistic language, didn't he? Like, it wasn't just that you said that this, blah 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 blah, means I love you forever and I will never leave you, He didn't create just babble, he created actual language, right? And again, I'll find out more when I get into the books here soon. But I think the hard part for me, the part I want to also be cognizant of, is Tolkien did it first. In a manner of speaking, of what I want to do, he did it first. I have no desire to directly copy. Obviously, I have no desire to plagiarize in that manner. So I'm going to do my best I can to. Oh, nice. And is complete. I'm going to do my best to create a story from my point of view of what I want to do, and some similarities are probably going to happen naturally anyway. But if I can eliminate some of those similarities by going ahead and reading the works there and getting an idea of what he put together already, then I think that'll help. I'm not going to wait another 20 years. I put too much my my creative ambitions and goals aside for all these years for me to continue to give it up. So before we go further here, we have to be careful of collapse. So let's, because there's so much sand with the dirt there, it's best that we go ahead and put at least one more bit of support in there. I think. Yep. I was like, I think there's another gap there, and sure enough, it was. I guess there's a lot of coal right here that we'll want to dig out. Okay, so I mentioned Tolkien. Now, you mentioned World of Warcraft, right? Or just Warcraft in general. I should say World of Warcraft's the online role-playing version of it, but Warcraft, the game itself, orcs versus humans and everything. That's a big influence on me because I played that game since the first Warcraft game, and Warcraft 2 ended up being one of my most played games for the longest time. I enjoyed Warcraft 3, but I always found myself going back to Warcraft 2, right? Love the story of oh no. I love the story, but I can't remember the name of the character. Damn it. I could hear a character yelling his name. He becomes the Lich King. If you guys remember, go and post it in the chat. Anyways, point being is, I loved, like, in Warcraft 3 where they started going into some really rich story. And then obviously World of Warcraft later. And then what they did with StarCraft was fun too, with story and everything. So a little bit of future, slightly, not quite steampunk, cyberpunk ish. Anyways. Where was I going with that though? Influences. So World of Warcraft, the background and story that they put into that, the lore, heck, the maps, and stuff like that, being able to see the maps of the world that you're in, and Warcraft was always nice, especially with the World of Warcraft. And so things like that are very obviously an influence. I always said, and I tell people this leads to 7 Days to Die, that I wish we could build bases in World of Warcraft when it first came out in 2004, right? I always thought you could get a plot of land near Goldshire and you build your home, and then you upgrade it to a keep and all that stuff. That wasn't something that was possible then. And I think some other games have that mechanic, but I've never tried them out, see what they've done. So that led to when 7 Days to Die, when I first saw it with Alpha 16, in this game where you could build, and you build it with blocks. And I got to play it, interact with it. That's one of those things where I'm like, yes, this. Which leads me to partially want to integrate my stories with 7 Days to Die still, is trying to find the time where I can also create something in my own story also in 7 Days to Die, but that'll be that'll be dependent on, I think, the next year's worth of where this game goes and where my stories go and where they can kind of overlap. But yeah, so that's kind of the goal when you bring up Tolkien, or I brought it up, I don't know, one of us. The idea there is to just read it for the sake of actual knowledge.
We came, we saw, we kicked its ass.
Freaker, resubscribe. Yeah, that's 55 months, buddy. Booyah. Thanks, man. Coming in at tier 1. Thank you so much. How you doing tonight, man? We're talking my comic stories and stuff. Yeah, so to cap that off, reading Tolkien for the sake of Tolkien, to actually get the written text of what he put together for knowledge, and then for 2, to take that knowledge and make sure that influences stay influences and nothing is really like mirrored or obviously copied with the way he did stuff. Just got up. Nice. Good sleep, I hope. Had damn good sleep last night, and was it the night before I was having a hard time sleeping, and the damnedest thing is like I had a good night's sleep last night, and yet I was just so physically drained today at work. Okay, maybe I'm exaggerating a little bit. It wasn't that bad, but it just, I felt it, right? You know, you feel like you're still drained. That sucks. It's like I don't want to be tired. I want to get things done. Tired all the time. Uh-oh. I was gonna say, is more stuff collapsing? My rule used to be like every 10 blocks, but way the sand sometimes acts, you might as well yeah, you might as well put in a pillar every 5 blocks or so. Also, how much coal are we up to now? We're working on our second stack. Now, coal, we're not going to do as many stacks as what we got for stone. Stone was the most important, that we get a lot of stacks of it. So, oh, also, if you guys don't mind, I'm going to do a quick little plug. Patreon.com/Greg Scott Bailey. You guys can sign up for free. Don't feel obligated to do the paid format contributions there. Patreon and my Discord supporters are going to be the ones that get the artwork and stories in advance before I start releasing some stuff on social media, and then eventually a collected works will go into an actual book form. Is the plan when it's all ready. I get enough chapters of something in a format that I'm comfortable with. I'll try to do a printed version. If not a printed like hard copy, we'll have like a PDF available or something that you guys can read through digitally. And the idea here this month, I want to get my Patreon supporters, again, free or paid, up to 50 members, and then we'll keep working on it from that point going forward. Good night. And comfortably do. Yeah. See if we had any kind of like collapse now. I don't mind. We could patch it up later, but if we get like a huge collapse, I don't know how I'll feel about that. Obviously, I could use a shovel as well, but I'm just gonna keep using the pickaxe. I know it's ruining the integrity of the pickaxe every time I do that. Oh, we leveled up. That was the other thing I was thinking about, using learning elixir while I was doing this to try to get more XP, but Yeah, we've got 2 on us now, a learning elixir. You get more XP when you do ore, not stone, I believe. Too tired to do the calculation right now. But, yeah, I'm not worried about it. I'd rather go just use the learning elixir for Horde Night. And trader restocks on day 46 next. We're going to go look for mining gloves. Oh, we had some, but I didn't see any in the box. What's in the box? Oh, and we're still using the mining gear. Yeah. We got the DLC on, so she's, of course, wearing the skimpy outfit. Because I'm horrible. I've been good for 7 years when it comes to Trader Gen, and was that the old zombie? It was the old zombie that Joe Woodle calls stripper titties. Cap calls her jiggles. Yeah. I try to keep it pretty chill and not be one of those folks, but I am one of those folks. Will not go overboard right away, but you'll see a little bit less restraint from me going forward. Anyways, oh, that was gonna be the other thing. I was gonna try to draw. I was gonna do stuff like draw my character here, which loosely her hairstyle is kind of like what I was doing for Polly, my cat girl mascot. But I'm doing a longer haired version right now that I'm actually really enjoying. But yeah, I was gonna try to draw Trader Jen and some of the other traders as well, and to see how well I could do drawing my versions of those characters. So we'll try to have some stuff kind of overlap here when it comes to the artwork and my gameplay, games that I play, and then my comic book I want. Now I say comic book, and I mentioned this before, if not today. One of the things about what I'm doing is might not necessarily be a comic book. Might not be the 28-page format book that we all know from the magazine racks and everything like that. What I might end up doing is just an illustrated story. So I'll still write it, illustrate it, and then I'll likely do I could do a format where it's not necessarily all panels. There could be still being panels, but basically I'm thinking like one image, and within that image there could be a couple extra panels, images like comics, and try to keep somewhat of the comic book style, but it's not going to be like a full taller than wider format. It's probably actually going to be a wide format, in which case, trying to think about computer screens, monitors these days, 16 by 10 aspect ratio is probably your 16 to 9. 16 to 10? Damn it. Correct me on that. What is the aspect ratio for that? Is it 16 to 9? Point being is trying to fit your mobile phone format, standard format, your computer monitor, standard format. Obviously, if you're someone that runs a different format than standard, that's you. But I'm going to try to basically one image at a time give the story, and with illustration and story. And if I have to do some panel breakups in that image, then I'm still going to do that. We'll see how it goes. Ideally, I want to fit a format that will work. Like if I do take it to print. Oh. Lovely. If I do take it to print, then I can easily convert the format into a comic book page and print standard the images that way. In talking to a couple different artists I know that sort of are doing that. They're taking some of their painting styles and converting it into comic books. They're finding a comfortable way to do it, so I kind of like it. I'll see if I can mirror some of that. So let's see. Again, making sure we don't collapse things. That's happened before where I've made a new pillar and it didn't help at all and everything still collapsed. I was sad and I cried. But I got over it. I came back to the game. Oh, you know what? Let's do it. Coffee, get 10% more. Where are we at? 9:25. Keep going for a little bit here. At minimum, we'll do 2-hour stream, but if I'm feeling a little bit up to it, we'll go 3 hours. That'll be 11 p.m. my time, so an hour and a half from now. So far, I'm feeling good to do that. Don't necessarily need to take a break so far, so keep going. Had this much creative energy in me in years. We're talking 20, 25 years. Even before the... Well, I guess I can't say 25 years if I wrote that script in 2003, huh? Or scripts, 3 scripts. Point being is it's been a long time since I've had like a real big amount of creative energy flow in me, you know, to work on and do these things. So it's a really good time, really good feeling right now. And if I can keep it up, keep the flow and momentum, I'm going to have really good stuff by this next January. And again, Patreon, Discord members, they're going to get the preview stuff as this stuff gets built. If you guys don't like the seeing that, then just don't check those updates. But you know, if you just want to see the finished product when it's ready to go. Otherwise, I personally think it's kind of neat that if you're following an indie creator and you see them piece a little bit here, piece a little bit there, I think it's kind of neat to follow that along the way. Which I'm gonna make an offhand comment that is not intended as an insult to the fun pimps, but it's kind of like 7 Days to Die. We get a little bit here, a little bit there for updates, right? You know, it's not finished product yet, but you know, it's getting there. Shots fired? Not really, not my intention, but you know, I've maintained that that's one of the things I do enjoy about 7 Days to Die is the fact that it's the sandbox, the nature of sandbox of we got another chunk of things to add to this neat idea that we have, and that's where I'm comfortable personally with this game not quite being a finished game, whereas I know other people are not happy with that. And I can't really knock them for it. I can't feel comfortable knocking anybody for that because, you know, they want a finished product, and I can't blame anybody for that. But for me, one of the aspects I was always comfortable with since I first played, since Alpha 16, was the fact that this is a game that's in progress. And for me, understanding that that's the case, then I personally have no current problems with it continuing to be in progress. I was worried last year when I stopped playing, you know, a couple months after version 1 came out, or 1.0, however you want to call it. I was worried that I was burnt out from the game, and maybe I did have a little bit of burnout, but I played like 7 years straight. I told people, like, you know, I've been been playing this game over and over and over and over again. I've wiped and restarted over and over and over and over again so many times. You know, and I'm not the only one. You know, just saying that. Yeah, I'm in that club where I've played this game so much now that when it comes to getting final game at some point, somehow, some way, I completely understand how some people are feeling about that and wanting that. But the counteraction to me is still it's in progress, and why can't this be a game that's in progress? Do we keep losing like something up here? A wandering horde? Or is it just this guy? Ooh, buddy. That's the creep show face. Again, just making sure he wasn't part of a wandering horde that's hiding behind my trees. Alright. So what was I talking about? I was talking about this game just being updated every now and then. Yeah, so I guess I set myself up for that years ago, where when people told me that, you know, this is a alpha game back then, you know, some will argue still is. But yeah, when people would say that, I instantly took it to heart. I'm like, okay, it's a not finished game, therefore playing it as is, and I accepted that. And something in me feels like other people haven't come to terms or accepted that, and I feel the expectations, the onus of expectations, can also be on others for that. There's the feeling of like how amazing and wonderful it would probably be when and if this game reaches its final conclusion, and how you're excited for the game to get to that point. But then I think other people have also set themselves up for disaster, failure, whatever the term is, by putting those expectations on developers that may or may not have said that, you know, we're building this as it goes. Freaker, he says, invisible wandering horde? Yeah. Well, if they're not popping up to say hello, then I'm just gonna let them be. But yeah, I'll still maintain like there are aspects of this game that were thought up, most likely thought up back when they developed the idea of the game, but they couldn't do because of technology, time, and staffing or whatever. And as they, you know, as they got further along into the project, as processors got better, graphics cards got better, programming language and game engines got better, possibilities started unlocking that they could actually do this other stuff. So things like the bandits, to me, like don't put them out until you are ready, until you're like, this is the bandits we want in the game. I'm all for that. Do I want the bandits in? Do I want that story mode in? Hell yeah. I'm definitely ready to go for that, but I'm not ready for a half-assed one that that they put in because people were whining and complaining that it's not in the game yet. And you know, I somewhat said before, you know, I don't blame people for whining and complaining. But at the same time, I do think people still have to think about the implications of setting themselves up for failure when they expect things of people who are just trying to make things as they go anyways, is how I feel. Now people can give me a laundry list of the Kickstarter expectations, the things that the Fun Pimps promised. I get it, and I have nothing against the people that donated to the Kickstarter having that concern about what they wanted delivered. That's between them and the Fun Pimps, and I can't really knock them for wanting to have those things fulfilled if they feel that they have not been fulfilled. But again, at the same time, I just honestly feel like the game as a in progress game for over 10 years, 7 years of me playing it, but I don't know. It's working for me. The constant changes are most of the changes are good. Some of the changes are bad. But overall, the mostly good changes override the bad for me. So that's, for the most part, how I feel. Oh, we're putting coal up here. That's funny. Oh, because we just ate some stew. All right, that's enough coal for now. An ever-evolving game. Yeah, and that's what aspect I am actually comfortable about. Like I told people when Alpha 18 or 19 came out and I was hearing those complaints. Why not have this be a game that does that? An ever-evolving game. And most of the people I would say that to were like, F you, Greg. So I go, okay. Sorry. And then I just repeat, I don't blame them. I can't blame anybody for feeling that way. Okay, so we're gonna get some more stone and oh, you know what we should do? How much stone do we have in the smelt box here? I believe, yes, I was doing it in this one. Turn that on. Steel down. We'll still do it. Oh, 4x4 accessories. Chassis. We'll probably end up putting this together on 375. We'll probably end up putting this together on Saturday. Especially since I gotta still make more steel. Yeah, that'll be 356. So I'll need what's that? 19 math again. Oh, we did have more bones. That's... Putting some. Oh, I was gonna put the extra bones in here, but we still got dump stuff to organize. All right. Say clay, sand. What's next on my list? Nitrate. We could see how much is in here. Yummy. Still want to be a wandering horde, but oh. I mentioned this before, like it seems like once you've done like several game weeks in an area. Oh, let's go to the trader real quick. Once you go through several game weeks of an area where your base is, it almost seems like the chunk you're in and the surrounding chunks outside of that don't load very many wandering zombies. anymore. And I kind of wish that something would help with that. Now, I think some people have had that some sort of mod that would help get more zombies or something, but I don't know if that still
Afternoon.
applies.
If you bring me a cold one, I might give you a discount. You
Correct.
hungry or something?
Oh, we already went through all this though. Obviously, there's stuff I could buy. There's more super corn seed, grenades, meat stews. We'll buy those. Well, mostly because I forgot to go see if we needed to craft anymore. Got a reflex sight mod. I don't think we have that in our inventory, do we?
Oh, you want a guarantee, huh? Well, maybe you should try Shamway.
You know, maybe I should, Rect. Maybe I should. Okay, so what we couldn't do because we got kicked out before we finished. Vending machine once, vending machine twice. Okay, nothing sold. So surprisingly that engine didn't sell, but I think you gotta have multiple items inside the vending machine. Expiration day 70. Okay, so we did it on day 40. So not as bad as I thought. The day we bought. So before day 70, we got to make sure we either cycle this to continue if we're going to go that long, or we pull everything out. Otherwise, you lose everything, money and your items. Magic. There's now a server option to have chunks not visited for a set amount of days reset. That does help on the zombie spawns. Good to know. I appreciate that. Yeah, because that was the thing. It's just like obviously, I would love to. It's a zombie apocalypse. I don't mind the idea of the zombies respawning or spawning in, as a constant annoyance. But as a mechanic of the game, that's in the zombie apocalypse. How about giving me some zombies, right? So Magic, how's your week going? Hopefully well. I forgot I left my torch down here too. Nah, it's fine there. We got a helmet light. We got this. Let's do 2 coffees for now. Alright. Let's get at least 6 stacks of nitrate. I got another spot I can go to for nitrate if we need to. Let's see, we're just hitting day 133 and still have random hordes and such roaming the base area. Nice. Or, I mean, nice. If that was me, is that nice for you guys? Yeah, the thing I like about sliders in the game, actually sliders sound delicious right now too. But I had Taco Bell tonight. Thing I like about the sliders in the menu of a game is opportunities to turn up or turn down something like that, which I would love to have a slide scale where you say, I want more or I want less random wandering zombies in the world around where I'm at, around me at all given times. I don't know, maybe that gets exploited a little bit if you're constantly able to fight zombies. You get a lot of XP all the time. I don't know, but at the same time, I could just do that by doing what we did initially. We went through all the houses in all of this town, all the small businesses. We went through this whole town and cleared it. And with that, I was able to even go back into places I already cleared before and clear them again. So there's always going to be the ability to go get zombies, but the immersion of it, I like the slide scale idea of turning it up so that the random wandering zombie wanders toward your encampment. Sure, you have a wandering horde of 8 to 10 zombies, something like that. But it would be neat to have the 2 zombies every now and then 1, and then 3, and then then the wandering horde and such. And then I forget which one it is. You guys can chime in on that. But wasn't there a Walking Dead, or was it the Romero mod or whatever, where you would get like a massive horde of zombies come in? Magic would be boring if they did. Velisaro, just have the more zombies that are scaled in, you get less XP, balance it out. And that's what I'm talking about, right? The wandering zombies, after you've hit like 4, 5, 6 days or whatever, casual in the game, can totally be scaled down on XP. You've already defeated 100 Arlene zombies. Arlene now is only 70 XP instead of 100 XP. I don't know. Just thinking off the cuff, kind of going off of what you're saying there, that I could see that being like one of the ways to do it, or just not having that penalty at all, and maybe that is part of the slider, right? More zombies, less XP, but the possibilities are there, and again, like, I'm sure there's stuff that either the Fun Pimps or other people have already thought of before I'm brainstorming this idea. But obviously, again, like I said, whatever that mod was that brought in a actual horde of zombies, like you got 50 or 100 zombies. And then the very obvious nature of that is the fact that the game's got to load all those zombies in and account for those zombies, so therefore you have a risk of lagging the game, let alone a server doing it, right? But at the same time, like that's part of me kind of thinks, like, down the road when game engine, servers, graphics cards, everything start handling things even more exponentially better than what we're getting today. Magic, we have ours set to reset the chunks every 10 in-game days. Everything is set back to default except any land claimed areas, so no buildings, vehicles, and all POIs get refreshed. Okay, nice. Belisaro, maybe the XP thing is outdated. Maybe having do things earn skill points for particular trees. Yeah, and so I'm kind of curious where the Fun Pimps are going to go. Speaking of which, after that town hall, I was trying to watch some other video commentary of people's thoughts on the town hall, and I gotta say, like some folks, I just don't agree, but at the same time, there were some other folks that I did agree with. Tamreki, Guns, Nerds, and Steel, liked his viewpoints, and so I'm still kind of thinking through his suggestions. Obviously, the kind of one that kicked off the topic lately was Jawoodle's video. But yeah, it's again, it's one of those things where it's like, sure, we could think up all these neat ideas, but at some point, the Fun Pimps are going to make the game that they're making, whether it's the initial conceived idea back when they first started the game, or the evolution of it where they are at now and where they're comfortably taking it now. And at the same time, we can then say, hey, Subquake's coming out with more Undead Legacy and is doing this differently, and I like that, so I'm gonna switch over to Undead Legacy. The fact that the opportunity and the ability is there is pretty cool. Now I know I've been, I don't want to say snapped at for saying such things. I've been browbeaten by a couple people over that, and I was like, well, but I mean, that's the thing, right? It's like, there are options. I mean, how many games do have that ability? The Fun Pimps that I've seen are very comfortable with the modding community doing things. They're not comfortable with someone making a profit necessarily off of modding, and we won't go into that topic, but but in a basic sense, you know, that makes sense as a company. Like you obviously don't want somebody to completely either copy your product or take your product and make a lot of money off of it when it's their product. So for me, I understand, like, there's a fine line there of when you're saying you're comfortable with something versus somebody taking that to an extreme. But anyways, yeah. So definitely, I was saying hello to Subquake earlier today. I won't talk about what we talked about, but I was talking to Subquake earlier, and just you know, let him know I appreciate what he's put together for Undead Legacy, and when the next Undead Legacy comes out, very obviously we're gonna dedicate some time to it, because while I'm creating this game as a grind long form game, previous version that I played of Undead Legacy was very much a grind, and that's not a bad thing in my opinion. For me, it was the right kind of grind for the changes he made. So I look forward to what Subquake puts together for the next update. I know he's working hard to try to get it out. Leave that up to him to say when that's going to be. But point being is, I think that's right there. That's an example of, like, hey, I wish the game was actually this way instead of that way. And someone like Subquake made it the way that they wanted to make it. So, Belisaro, I could be wrong, but it feels like they are comfortable releasing a safe game and then modders go crazy that keeps the game going. And I mean, I could see that. You know? Like what if at this point, and this is definitely me kind of like going off of what you said, so we're not telephone game, but we're kind of expanding on a what if to a what if, right? I know debaters are like going nuts because I'm not remembering a debate style or whatever. Point being is, like, okay, so, like, you know, say that was the case, then, you know, I can't really knock it too much because, you know, in the end they could get to a point where they're like, all right, done. You know, this is the game. Maybe over the years we'll patch a few things here or there, but all in all, this is lock, good to go. Game is done, set, and whatnot. So, you know, the possibilities are there that you know they reach that point, and you're right that they then could say Subquake, Kane, everybody else, you know, keep doing your thing. We did our thing, and community, we appreciate and love you. But this is you know, this is where the core part of it ends. At some point, there's got to be a where we hit that this is where it is, and people are still going to be grumpy and upset, and it's just inevitable. But I just for me, again, I keep going back to the whole, like, why not keep saying I've got an idea for this in our game, and they add another this or that. And I know it also drives people nuts, but I do kind of like the idea of, if you liked Alpha 16.4, you can go back and play Alpha 16.4. The version is there in Steam. And oh my god, we might actually be able to finish the holy crap. All right, so we'll take a pause on that topic real quick. I can now finish phase 2. We'll double check. I should be level 72. Yep, level 72. And then we'll double check here that there is no unlocked item that we can purchase right now for skill points. Perception. Like, I genuinely didn't think we were going to do this today. You get XP for mining. It's what I used to do. I used to just go inside a mountain and hide myself. Okay. For those that don't know, Jack of all trades is basically you can only put 1 point into each perk underneath your attribute here. You start off with 1 out of 10 anyways, right, for attribute. But you can't go to 2 out of 10 until you put a point in every single category of every perk available, which includes the general perks. General perks. And there's no attribute up here, so there's no cap off. We have to manually think about it ourselves. So I can only go 1 out of 4, 1 out of 3, 1 out of 5, whatever the item. And then phase 2, we hit 2 out of, and then phase 3, 3 out of. If by phase 4, by phase 3, we're done with Master Chef and living out the land and lockpicking. But then phase 4, we'll be done with light armor, and then phase 5, obviously, is only 1 lucky looter. I call it phases just to give it some sort of a mechanic, but we are now done with phase 2, so we were able to do 2 out of 10 on every single, and that was the other thing is once we finished phase 1, I had to make sure that all of these were then moved to 2 out of 10, and then we were allowed to go in and start putting the second point in on items that were allowed to be spent on. However, what we found out, and I had to remember from the Alpha 20 days when I tried this first, some things don't unlock until level 3. So perception level 3 is what we need for level 2 riflemen. So we went through 20 some points, 18 some points or something like that of phase 2 to unlock what did unlock in phase 2. So now in phase 3, we're going to have a lot more unlocks, and we'll find that out on Saturday. Belisaro, did I imagine or did they announce they were starting to work on a 7 Days to Die sequel? I was gonna go through the town hall again. Because what they're working on right now is mostly being worked on by another studio, Illogica or Logica Studio. They're working on 7 Days Blood Moons, which is a versus game based off the 7 Days format. But were you talking about you thought you heard them actually say 7 Days to Die 2? Like a next evolution of what we're currently playing? Freaker, mining and crafting, right? And building. That's true. Upgrading blocks is really good XP. Mining, upgrading, building blocks. There you go. Magic said it too. 2 of the fastest ways to get XP. Heck yeah, man. No, I'm talking like a year or so ago. Yeah, like a new engine, etc. I'm having a little bit of not deja vu, but I'm having a little bit of like I feel like something Rick, as usual, blurted out. That could be a spoiler of what they're working on. Could be, I don't know. Here's what I would like, and I don't know if we'll be able to get it. Let me repurpose what my answer is, or restate. Let me think it through and then answer. And I said this back in like Alpha 18, I think, before. But there were things that I would love to see with this game that I think are very obviously not possible in the current state of the game engine, and our graphics cards and everything. And I'll just say basically a lot of the stuff I was thinking of, I think is more likely 5 to 10 years from now when we've got better graphics cards and, and everything else evolves, right? Oh, I remember what initially initially got me to say what I'm saying right now is hindsight. And this is why I said Alpha 17 or 18. Hindsight, I said, and I wasn't the only one, that what if yeah, Alpha 16.4 was if they locked in with 7 Days to Die 1, that's it. They made it to Alpha 16.4, and before they moved to that new engine version, it's Alpha 17. Like, what if they went gold with Alpha 16, and then they worked on 7 Days to Die 2 with a Alpha 17 engine format change, with the magazine, with everything that they did. Like, what if they had done that back then? Now that's the shoulda, woulda, coulda, what if story, right? You know, that doesn't get us anywhere when it's a a what if. But in hindsight, you know, I think that would have been a great time to lock content, especially with all the Telltale game stuff with console. And we could have been playing, I want to say, like, at least at that point, 5 years of Alpha 16 with some tweaks, maybe some patches, maybe upgraded graphics or something like that, to a point. But like what if they were able to lock it then, and then at that time they started working on 7 Days to Die 2, and then so what we got in Alpha 17, the zombie graphics upgrade, you know, the learn by doing went away, and early on maybe if they showed concept and people chimed in and said they don't want to get rid of learn by doing, maybe that wouldn't have changed. Who knows? Lot of speculation of what ifs, and you know, in what I'm saying, but hindsight, I think I would love to have seen 7 Days to Die 2 be an evolution out of what Alpha 17 and up to 2.0 now became. Because what I'm getting at though is even at this stage now, 7 years later from when I played first, at this stage now, a big part of me likes the idea of all these neat little things that we always offhand talk about. What if a lot of that stuff is just not possible now due to technology of current day? But we think about like how much technology's changed in the past 10 years. You know, was it been 12 years since version 1 of the game, Alpha 1? So how much that's evolved in that 10 years. So I tell everybody, like, think about the next 5 or 10 years from now. There's probably going to be a really cool batch of possibilities. So what that rolls back to your question or your statement is you know, could they be working on a 7 Days to Die 2? They could be. You know, they could be. This is all speculation. I've got nothing to back this up. I'm just going off of what, you know, Villasar was saying. What if, you know, there's a possibility that they're in the background doing initial concept work for a 7 Days to Die 2. Core team is still working on 7 Days to Die. Secondary teams helping Studios Illogica do the Versus game, Blood Moons. You know, it's a good possibility that they could be expanded on stuff like that. I do think Rick did mention that they're working on a game a couple years back, right? They mentioned on one of the dev streams that they're working on a game that isn't 7 Days to Die. And my perception of that response when he said that was they've got concept, they've got idea, and they're probably got a couple, like, you know, developer put it into motion, see how it looks, how it feels, kind of stuff. And then when they've got concept ready for execution, then they'll let us know. I feel like they've got something else that they're working on, but it also depends on really how much they really do want to expand their studio and keep going. Let's see, Villasar, I wouldn't mind if they went the expansion route, like World of Warcraft, for example, have an expansion with the name 7 Days to Die, All Out War, for example, and that brings in bandits, new factions, etc. That's what I thought they were going to do. I thought we were going to get 1.0, and then from 1.0, I thought we were going to get, the Storms Brewing expansion, and then the bandits expansion, storyline expansion. and not necessarily 2.0. I was really surprised that they did the whole 2.0 thing, which is part of the whole like talking about 7 Days to Die 2. Technically, I'm playing right now 7 Days to Die 2, right? Isn't that what 2.0 means? But no, like actual game core, start fresh, starting a second game is definitely what I mean when I say 7 Days to Die 2. There's DLC out now from what I saw. As of right now, DLC is just an armor set. Well, yeah. I mean, you're talking about this, right? These 3 armors, Breaker. Yeah. Vilsaro, they could even charge $10 or $20 for expansion, brings in more revenue. Don't tell the people on Reddit that, Vilsaro. I'm with you, but don't tell the people on Reddit that. Right? More money. You want us to give the fun pimps more money? Ah. And me, I'm kind of like, yeah. Pay their workers, pay whatever they need to make something happen, and keep going. I want them to keep creating. But yeah, I know what you mean. Revenue sources are nice. Before we're about to switch over to an ad on Twitch, by the way, you guys, so that'll be a big pause moment. But revenue, they should put out the lady with the chainsaw as a calendar that you can get. Like, it doesn't have to be a real calendar. Just make the fake one that they got and make it for print. A poster. I'll get it. Shut up and take my money. Ad break. Creepy music time. Yeah, Magic, I'm going to take a break. So give me 3 minutes. I'll be right back.
You want some coffee? That's a good idea. Hello.
Yeah. All right, thanks for waiting, everybody. Quick little 3 minutes there. Mystique, hey, good to see you. How you doing? And yes, ads. Gives me a chance to get up and take a quick little stretch there. Good to see you guys tonight. So we were talking about the fun pimps making a lot of money and running away to an island and leaving us in the dirt. No, I'm kidding. As a fan of the game, I do want them to earn revenue because I want them to pay their employees, and I want that to be a thing, right? A successful economy of produce item, people producing item get paid, you know, and we, the people paying for it. If we like it, you know, that's where we contribute. I was reminded as I'm looking in the bathroom mirror, you know, I'm wearing, you know, 7 Days to Die merch. Not all the time, but most of the time when I stream 7 Days to Die, it's always a 7 Days to Die shirt. I've got 5 of the other regular ones. I got this one at TwitchCon a couple years back. And I got the baseball cap, I've got the mouse pad, I've got the coasters, got the big poster of Guns and Ammo that they made at some point. And like I always mention when I mention that, I still have to get a frame for it. Because that is something I want to frame and put in. Something like that. But yeah, so it's like I got all of that merch, and the only thing I didn't get is the I think Trader Jen and the Zombie Cop. Is it U2's figures? Just wasn't. It didn't drop at the right time for me financially to kind of chip out a few bucks for that. So, but then obviously I pointed out I got the DLC content. You know, I didn't mind paying $20 to get 3 of these things. If it was over, like if it was like 10, 20, 30, you know, maybe I would have questioned it, but I was fine paying 20 for the flat fee of it all. Unicorn, hey, good to see you. And sorry, Freaker, by the way, you saying Q's up Kit Kat commercial, I on the whole break was like, give me a break, give me a break. Damn it. Good earworm for me. But yeah, before the break there, I was talking about like the calendar, you know, the working stiffs calendar with the you know, the quote unquote hot girl with a chainsaw, you know, that usual thing that is a thing. You know, what if they expanded, and I'm not going to get into the men versus women aspect of it, but I don't mind the aspect of having the working stiff chainsaw girl poster available. And then what if they had a firefighter one, you know, like that old format of firefighter calendars also. Either way, the point being is, you know, to cater to folks that are into that sort of thing and buying merch. And we've been told that, you know, other merch is coming, and they're it seems like, don't quote me 100% on this because I may have thought I heard it, but it may not be accurate. But it seemed like they had said that we're just waiting for more final game to, you know, to do other DLC, to do other merch content, you know, whatever. So I totally get that aspect of it. Waiting because the state of the game needs to be worked on a little bit more. But honestly, I think one of the really, it's from my limited point of view, but I think one of the really quick revenue stream things to get is just, you know, sex sells. Put out the working stiff girl calendar, you know. So, and I'll get it. I'll happily get it. It doesn't have to be, you know, the year 2025. You know, it's whatever year they want it to be. Anyways, like, I like the idea of the figures. I don't 100% like the look of the U2's design. No offense to those guys. It just doesn't catch or click for me, which is why I also did kind of like make an effort to get one anyways, even though financially it wasn't the right time for me to get something like that. I would have gone out of my way for something that really like gripped me for a design. You You know, so it wasn't enough that it was Trader Jen. It still also had to be a design that I was digging, and it didn't quite click for me. But if I don't know if it's for sale now, but if they do make it for sale again, I will probably still get it. All right, looks like this is it for this nitrate here. We did get 4, almost. We're on our 5th stack. Just curious, are you wearing the mining outfit? Yes. Even though the what do you call it? The DLC overrides the look. So it's about to turn into a new trader restock day in the morning, and we're gonna go back in there, see if he's got some miner gloves. Work on some iron next here, but I'll leave my motorcycle there. For some reason, I've got to make a quick dash away from there. It'll probably be nice to get on the motorcycle. Say, I do still have my front door. Okay. I had to repair it to get it back, but because some zombies were mean buttheads and destroyed it. Trade. Okay. Is it a 1-to-1 ratio for gunpowder? And stacks of gunpowder. Hey, okay. Even better, right? Alright, so I've got to put 210 minutes in. Let's start with this first. So 7 stacks from 6,000. Not even that. It was 8. Was it 800? Nice. I'm trying to think of the ratio of that. Okay. Point being is, wait. Gunpowder's 1,000 per stack, though, right? So it's gonna be 7,000 gunpowder. That'll be enough to get us going. The glue was done. Okay. Steel. All right. This will be enough steel for the 4x4. And for anybody's just joining us, we did move over to we're now able to move over to phase 3. We'll start spending those points on Saturday's stream. Brief reminder, I was having fun starting at 2:22 in the afternoon. It's my favorite number, 2:22. However, to be honest, with Twitch, it then starts my ad breaks in a weird little way of how it cycles. I like to keep the ad breaks at the top of the hour. That's just easier for when I want to get up and take a break at the top of the hour, and that all can sync up correctly. So, much to my dismay, I'll be starting at 2 p.m., not 2:22, on this Saturday, and we'll be doing a 10-hour stream because I do need to stop at midnight. Can't push things too much, but I think we're doing a decent job of our Saturday streams. You guys have been showing up for those, and thank you for that, by the way. They've been really enjoyable. Conversations have been getting really good, too. I think tonight's conversations have been really good as well. And this is a Wednesday night, so you guys have been pretty awesome. Obviously, we still got some time. I'm kind of going tonight a little bit later. I was going to do 2 hours, but it's obviously over that 2-hour mark. We'll see how we're feeling close to 11 o'clock. That's in 40 minutes. And, I definitely max out at midnight tonight. Cannot push past that time period, but I think we can. I think we can do reasonably well with our current setup. Basically, I think we're doing okay if we just at least go to midnight. We get a lot of mining done tonight. Get some more good conversation. Why not, right? Let's do that, and another 15 minutes. Or 16. Magic. 2 of the quality of life mods we are running on our server are the extra forge slot. I like that one. And the meat fix. I love having the extra slot on the forge as it makes the smelting resources a good bit faster. And when you say the meat fix, are you talking about the super meats too? Is that back? Well, back as in, back in the games you're playing. I was talking about it earlier. I don't know if you were lurking when I said it. Because we were talking about supercorn. Alright. So I've had several screamers come visit me here before. Let's make sure we've got... Oh, you know what we don't have is ammo for this 9mm. Not 9mm, well, it takes 9mm ammo. It's SMG. Is that because we used all the... Not all of it, but there's some. Because I just gotta have my rows capped off. Yeah, because if things get crazy, I want to have the ammunition ready for it. That next box over there is lead, and we'll want to do lead as well because we'll obviously want to keep making our own ammo. But I'm not as concerned tonight. So Magic, no, I have not gotten that one. Got that one done yet, but the meat fix lowers the amount of meat needed for recipes. Gotcha. So no longer does it take 5 pieces of meat to make 1 grilled meat. That's cool. I very much agree with that. That needs to be nerfed in vanilla. I think early foods need some tweaking and modifying. But I do agree that early game foods should still have a not penalty, but we treat it as a penalty, right? Lower stats so that we're not filling up our character full of food and energy all the way. That the food still needs to be, I think, a struggle early game. But I do think like something like that, yeah. Why does it take 5 quantity meats to make 1 grilled meat? What's the logic behind it? Even video game logic. When I bring that up, real life logic, video game logic. Sometimes I do like the video game logic. In this case, I don't. For that. So that's a good one to bring up, Magic. But yeah, I was talking about super meat stew earlier because I was talking about the corn, super corn, and what all you could do with it nowadays. Dasha had brought up the oh crap, what was it? I brought up, yeah, you could do glue. Is it form of biofuel? That was brought back in the game, right, with the super corn. The glue part caught me off guard when they said that you make glue from supercorn. Like the ratio of use versus item you're making never really felt comfortable for me. That you're gonna use up this rare substance until it's not rare. You're gonna use up this rare substance to make glue, which is is an item that you need for crafting, but at the same time, are you ever going to need glue so much that you're willing to part with supercorn? Looking into adding grilled mushrooms and pumpkin as meat choices, or meal choices, is what you type. Not sure why they have the potato and corn, but not those. Yeah, me too. I'm with you. But at the same time, like I'm of the mindset to bring in fruit trees. Like one of the overhaul mods has fruit trees. I think where we're gonna put. Gonna head straight down here. Then we're gonna put a. We can't go 30 blocks down though. I'll go 5 more, 4 more, 3, 2. That way we're just making sure we've got a support pillar in for a while we're digging down here. Diggy diggy hole, dig in the hole. But yeah, I mean that's the other thing that I agree with some folks with, like why we don't have an expanded menu of items, and I know that partially can be a calculation thing, like to work in like how much you know, you get 2 more health points for this item over this other item. You know, but I think that's kind of part of the gig, right? And then how many items do you have in game that doesn't bog the game down or mess with the coding or whatever? But yeah, I would love if we had orange trees, orange grove trees, apple trees, as something. One, because I would love to have those fruits in the game, and therefore have a fruit smoothie as well, right? Added to the game. No. Oh, look at that. But aesthetically, the visual of like red or green apples and then oranges on the trees would be another visual aesthetic to the game. Now, would that make some of the game graphics having issues again? You know, because now you're rendering in some more objects or things. I don't know. I think it would be neat, let alone adding to the food options. The game being a survival game, to me, reaches that food and water survival point. And I brought this up before, you guys have heard me say, but there's a certain point where the food and water should no longer be a massive focus, a daily focus for your character. You should be able to level up to a point where that stuff is not a concern. That's why I've never really been concerned about the glass jars conversation. And I meant to. So Joel, if you guys don't know, Joel Hunick, one of the brothers that is co-founder, he went on to Reddit and he did post why the jars, and there's more to it. And I forgive me for not remembering specifically what he had posted, but he went on to Reddit and he posted a post. So if you guys haven't gone on there, just in the search under 7 Days to Die subreddit, just put glass jars and you'll find it. So it's one of the things I intend to read over the course of tonight or tomorrow, and read through everybody's comments. I'm going to go through the obvious troll and hate comments where people are being dicks, and I'll skim through those and ignore most of what they say. And then anybody that has like an actual legitimate point of view about glass jars and water and everything in the game, I want to read their responses. Spartan had posted a video on it too, so that's what got me into wanting to wanting me to read up on it and see what's going on. So I'll be checking into that. I don't have a 100% response on it right now, other than my feeling is there was nothing wrong with having glass jars in the game. The how you make them or making them vulnerable, like Josh or others have said, you know, they could break or something like that when you get hit by a zombie and you got them in your inventory. You know, add an element like that to the possibilities of the gameplay. But yeah, taking the jars out completely. Oddly enough, it's not a deal breaker. Obviously, I'm still playing the game. But I joined in with a lot of people where I'm just kind of like, yeah, you know what, I really miss the idea of we had to craft this element of something in the survival process. Now, could I take a whole bunch of sand and make a glass jar out of it in real life? No. So I don't know how the heck you could do that in a survival sense, but let's see, Magic. Adding meals would not have much, if any, effect on performance, but new trees would tax the server rendering a bit. Yeah, and that's what I was wondering about 2.0, like how everybody's graphics are doing. When I start the game now, I do have the initial stutter in the game, and then I don't really have it much at all when I'm playing once it's already going. Everybody's graphics cards differ. Obviously, I'm playing solo game versus multiplayer on server, things like that. But I haven't had too many performance issues, and they've got some new tree bush types and stuff like that in the game, which I've really enjoyed so far, having that difference of foliage in there. Viking Spawn, I'm sure, does not like that. Not to always bring him up when it comes to tree visuals, but he always brings up the pine trees are his least favorite because of the initial growth stage. When you plant one, it's low, and a zombie could be hiding in that tree and you don't know it. But yeah, and I mean, with the way that they've got everything slow rendering in as you get closer in some cases, that might still be a way to have a fruit tree without the concern. Oh, no bag this time. That might be a way to have a fruit tree without the concern of the load frame rate issue. Is that it just loads in like a lot of this new stuff. Now, we were seeing last Saturday the plague spitter was half visible, half not visible, and he's only like 30 yards from us. So that rendering needs some work, and I think it's in the experimental patch. I could be wrong. Please do correct me on that if I'm wrong. Oh, we're encumbered because the other... No, it's not. Yeah, there we go. One of the triple mods there. Okay. Or triple pocket mods. The only server lag I get is when the Blood Moon is running with a large group playing at 18 zombies per player setting. Yeah. And those are things that I just kind of expect, right? You know? That's another part of the technology that I'm hoping in the next 5 or 10 years is worked on just by circumstances of technology improving, is a server being able to do multiplayer things and the memory recall of these items no longer lags as severely as it does. I think when any player of a game that plays multiplayer games understands that there are those key things that a game does in favor of giving you multiple people playing their characters on the server with you and all these objects loading in and everything, all that it taxes the computer running it. It just, you know, to me it makes sense. And so that's one of those I accept it for what it is moments. But yeah, I definitely look forward to the advancements, as long as those advancements don't lead to, I don't know, global meltdown. I'll say it that way. Turning off the game fog does help a bit if anyone's having slight lag or rendering issues. Oh, good point. Now, are you talking about your individual settings, or you're saying if somebody's running a server, turn off game fog? See, now that I said, oh, I can extend my stream time a little bit tonight. Yawn. Getting tired. See how it goes. Got some green tea, so there's a little bit of caffeine in that, but I'm never really affected much by caffeine anymore these days. Okay, so player setting using the console. Gotcha. Yeah, doing the what was it? Weather equals or something like that. Weather space fog equals 0. Is that what it is? GFX GFX space PP space fog space 0. Okay. I'm just saying that out loud for kicking YouTube folks. And then of course people on Twitch can see that written in the chat. GFX space PP space fog space 0. How far back has that worked, Magic, or to your knowledge? Is that what was updated in Alpha 21? Mystique, you're back. Switch to the hubby's computer, bigger screen. Oh, look at you. Welcome back. Good to see you. And now we're hungry again. Do a couple coffees as well. Coffee is a food source, right? Magic, I've used that since Alpha 16 days. Oh, okay, so that was the one. So that was going to be my next question. Was that the one we had been talking about years past? Okay. Yep, can't deny I've been getting the itch, kind of. There's a powder for that. To try Alpha 16 again. For those that watch me on YouTube, you know I did a couple episodes there where I was trying to go back. I technically did a third episode, but things didn't work out right on the files. But I was going back, and I was kind of enjoying going back a little bit. Not enough to say I should only play that version. I should roll back 7 years. No, because there's too much of the new stuff that I do like. But I do think I should at some point get a separate install of Alpha 16. So I might be picking your brain here at some point this winter, Magic, on how to do that again. But I might get a separate install going of Alpha 16 and have it ready to go. And maybe we do something like play a month of it. You know, nothing too heavy, but it's it'd be kind of cool to rewind back to that. But yeah, just keeping in mind that, you know, for all we know, at any point, Subquake could have the Legacy coming out, so we don't want to take away from that. Did we keep the wood that we chopped earlier? We did. Building blocks we can make. Let's make 50 more. Technically, I should just go back and claim all the frames we put back there, but oh well. Oh no. Oh, that actually hit me. I lost 5 health. We will adapt. We will survive. We will move forward. We're gonna go out and get oil shale next, but at the rate we're going, we should be able to 1, 2, 6, 7, 9. Not 60,000, but 52,000, 54,000 iron is where we'll stop at for this current production, give or take. Magic, that's easy to do. Just hit me up when you're ready to do that. Pretty much done the same way we did Undead Legacy, a separate setup, and that's more likely what's going to be first. Is we'll do it with Undead Legacy, and then, or no, maybe what I'll do first is Undead is Alpha 16 for practice, and then I'll do it with Undead Legacy. Yeah, this PC is still running pretty good, and I think having those different instances of the game should be just fine. Oh, yeah, see, we're heading into that lead vein that we have next to this. That's all right. I mentioned earlier we're not going to worry about lead tonight, but yeah, our last mining and chat, or mining and chill, what I call this stream, we'll go out and get some oil shale in the desert. But yeah, how many games do you know? And there could be a few, I don't know. But how many games do you know where they've got these different versions available for playing? Yeah, nothing immediately comes to mind for me, but I think one of the obvious ones is Minecraft, where you don't roll over to the new version. You keep it static on the version you're playing, right? You tell it not to automatically update. And then, of course, Minecraft itself has like a gazillion mods, overhaul mods and modlets, but yeah. Yeah, I've never felt like any of the new versions of this game have made me want to say no, and then I rewind back to the previous version. Now I'm not running, like right now they're on like version 2.2 something for experimental, but yeah, once we're out of the first initial experimental, once unstable build goes to stable build and then out of the experimental stage of that first version, then I just stay on the public version and I let other people test out the experimental stuff. Mystique, I was watching another streamer this morning. He was playing Alpha 13. Nice. And man, the game has changed a lot. Yeah. That's why I definitely think, like while I was doing the recorded video, I think it would be fun to do the Alpha 16 rollback. If I go back and do that again, I think it'll be fun to do that as a stream, so we could all kind of experience that together. Yeah, I think in that version I had picked out a place to base up, which was Lathan's Hardware, the old version, obviously, of Lathan's Hardware, and there was two of them next to each other at the town that I went to, and I think there was a third one around the corner. I can't remember. Yeah, when that always happened for seed generation. Anyways, and yeah, I was still just doing the initial stages of the game there. I was only on day 3 or 4 or something like that. What did I say? We gotta get to 54,000 iron. Is the current goal. Nice. My little sleep reminder came on my phone. Not yet. We're going extra innings. Not too extra, but I think oil shale will go anywhere between 4 to 6 stacks of that for collecting an oil shale. So a little bit of summary tonight for stream tonight. The idea of today's was just to do mining and chill, just conversation, hang out while I do the boring stuff. Do that today so that when we have our Saturday stream, um, we'll be able to focus on jobs and get those done. We'll be getting ready for day 49 Horde on Saturday. We'll have day 47, day 48, and then the day of 49 to get our Horde-based section kind of the next preparation. We want to learn from what we've been seeing and prepare where we can. Part of getting the stone earlier today on this stream is so we can get cement going, so we can get more concrete going as well. We got sand, we got more stone. So that's always a funny thing. You gotta smelt stone to make cement. But you still gotta use stone in the recipe to make concrete mix along with the cement and the cement, stone, and sand. So that's the thing. We gotta work on some more concrete, and we're gonna go ahead while we upgrade the fence line and everything to concrete. We'll probably make some paint. And we'll paint the fence that like black. Probably the one of the metals. We'll paint the one of the metals. I was gonna say the black TV screen. Magic. One thing I did notice in the new versions of 7 Days is you seem for some reason to get more sand with the pickaxe than with the shovel. Oh, really? So you no longer need to switch to get the sand. Yeah, see, it's like I do it. Just that 12. I do it just because I don't want to switch. 7, 11, that's one less. I'll be darned. Now again, it's only one less, but 12. Vilasaro just did a quest for Bear's Den, had 4 feral bears in it. 4. Glad I didn't just walk in the front door. Were you doing an infestation? Because typically it's 2, but I've never done an infested Bear's Den, so not 100% sure. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, if anybody knows if that's the case, then fair warning, because yeah, I'd love to do Bear's Den with an infestation. I always climb up the back and try to shoot the one stuck in the cage first. Yeah, they're both in cages, but yeah, I'm with you. Man. I do like that they added the infestations a while back for stage difficulty differences. All these little things that kind of spruce up the game. Maybe it's just adding more zombies and more faster zombies, or the more difficult ones, the radiated or infernal or charged, but. I don't know. The different stages are kind of enjoyable for me. I like them. Oh, there we go. Where there's one. Did we really get her without a scream? Well, all right. I'll take it. All right, we're on our last stack. Dang, lady. I don't know why I turned my headlamp on. Oh, because I was afraid that was going to give away our position. Velisaro, my base is I took over the high school. So now my next project is going to build a ramp loop around it and goes to the roof so I can drive my motorbike on the roof. Yeah. Fonzie style. Hey. All right, almost there. And there it is. Okay. Oh, I did the wrong math. 9. But 6,500? And there's an airdrop. Depending on where it's at, we might go get it. Or 50. 5,600? No, because of the stacks of 6,000, 10 would be 60,000. What am I doing wrong? Oh, yeah, 53,000. We're trying to go to 54,000. My goodness. I rolled back to the 52,000 wrong math earlier. My bad. Okay. Yeah, airdrop. Like I said, we'll go get that here. There it is. Okay. In there starts the next. Okay. And nope, desert's that way. Oh, this one landed in town. Go figure. All right, smelt one. They love how like 7 Days to Die will do top left to right, and then Valheim will do bottom left, kind of to the right. I feel like it still screws up once in a while in Valheim. I say screws up. It's most likely doing what it's supposed to be doing, but still. Annoying the cement only stacks for 1K and sand and stone 6K. I know, right? Yeah, it's those sort of things that you're kind of like, oh. All right. The other thing we'll work on with on Saturdays we'll get the 4x4 crafted. Alright, let's go get the airdrop and go get oil shale and wrap up tonight. It's our repair kit situation. We got 10 of them. I made a whole bunch of glue so that I can then make a whole bunch more duct tape. So I can make a whole bunch more repair kits. So we're getting there. I envision a box in front of every house and every home in every town. Wait, you are going to make a 4x4? Have not seen that for a while. Yeah, I haven't made a 4x4 since Alpha 21. Or you mean like haven't seen others make it either? Yeah, I haven't done it since Alpha 21. I never made one in 1.0. I think I was given one briefly in 1.0 on the public server, but yeah, so in that case I also have not made a gyrocopter. Alright, this is what we want, more of these wiring 101. Alright, 55 out of 100, and we just unlocked powered doors. Yes! I will happily tear down the roll-up door I have now. I meant you are normally bike chopper guy. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, in this playthrough I wanted to make them all. And so now we get a chance to. Belisaro, I find the 4x4 so hard to steer. Yeah. Is that been always, or just in 1.0, 2.0, or something like that? Let's just give ourselves a reference point there. I'm going to go ahead and hold down shift. Since we're getting oil shale, we'll be able to stock up on plenty for gasoline. Mystique, I'd rather drive the 4x4 than fly the gyro. Oh boy. Yeah. Now, since I haven't flown the gyro since Alpha 21, I don't know how it's doing in current version, but we're going to find out at some point. Yeah, I was so happy when they added the motorcycle to the game, and they're, man, subsequently now this chopper replaced the old motorcycle. Here, let me ask you guys this: how many of you missed the wet concrete block doing the rebar, putting in with a nail gun or a hammer? How many of you missed the upgrade to a concrete block, to an upgraded reinforced concrete block? I missed that. I definitely think they should consider putting it back in, and continue to make it a middle ground block between concrete and steel. Oh right, yeah. Magic brought up the shark blimp. That modded flying vehicles was pretty nice. And Belisaro, you said me for the reinforced concrete, felt like it added realism. Yeah, it's like, aside from the nail gun part. And I know Josh brought this up on his video, but I bring it up because I share that sentiment. I kind of enjoyed the, can I upgrade these blocks in time before Horde Night? And the risk of your wet concrete blocks being on your base walls and being more vulnerable because the hit points were less when they were wet. I really enjoyed that. Now, there we go, talking about chain state of block items in the game. That was another one of those that had to be programmed to be a chain state of game. And then it was another block item for the game to remember. We used to have metal frames, and then you could you make that into a metal block. I think that metal block went to cobble next. So you could go metal block, wood block, and both of them went to cobble, and then to concrete. But somebody can correct me on that if I'm wrong. A little bit of stutter, even though I said that the game hasn't been giving me stutter issues. This is not where I had oil shale before, is it? Okay, so oil shale is this lavender color on the map now. We'll go ahead and mark it though. Let's drink some hot coffee in the desert. I wish you could add a mod to the chainsaw where it does less damage to wood, but more to zombies, so you could use it as a primary weapon. Yeah, that would fit with the fireman axe mod, which I still have never ever made in the game. Oil shale. Gather lead, of course. Lead's the one that we haven't. Precious elements. I didn't know there was a. Okay, we've done 9 diamonds, 8 silver, 6 gold. Interesting. Be a good time to show people the fog removal so they can see how clear it makes the distance view. It resets every game, right? Gameplay. Belisaro, or even just using a lead pipe as a weapon early in the game, like a club. Yeah. Yes, and you could turn it back on, right? GFX PP Fog 0. Okay. So in console, GFX PP. Oh wait, was it Weather 0? Fog. Thank you. Yeah, I was gonna say, wait, it didn't seem like it was that big of a number. So yeah, if everybody sees that, and there you go. And what's my frame rate? Yeah, 130 frames right now. What's the standard number? We're losing coffee assistance here by standing around. Now I'll change it to a 1. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that shows you guys the difference there. Oh, I don't know. Did you guys see any change in my frame rate? I wasn't watching. We'll risk a little bit of the coffee for the sake of show and tell. And also, since I'm mining out in an area that I don't frequent, if we collapse some of the ground, I'm not going to cry about it. Maybe. Oh, we forgot to get new food, though. Okay, so I am going to waste coffee. Oh, but you know what? Thought I heard a plague spitter. I was going to say, oh, we can go to Trader Bob and see if he's got mining gear. I thought we were still on day 40. I thought we were still on day 45. Well, that was a freeze in the game. Anyways, I thought we were still on day 45, so therefore we could do a check on day 45, check on day 46. That's all right. Trader Bob. Yeah, see, plague spitters are like spawning in right as you get right next to them. And again, I think that's being worked on as part of the patches. Do you think they'll ever add the behemoth back in? That's a good question. Wasn't Echo saying that it's still in the code somewhere? Oh, the frame rate dropped. Look at that.
Step on in out of the heat and have a look. Looking to motor around?
Oh, that's funny. He's got a 4x4 truck chassis. Miner helmet, but he doesn't have miner gloves. That's fine. Let's see if he's got anything else we want. Look, magazines by themselves. Big hitters. Help us with the club crafting. That's fine. Alright, back to normal. But yeah, as far as the behemoth goes, I think I remembered somebody pulling that out of the code in its current state in like Alpha 17 or 18 or something like that. And it was neat, but very obviously not finished as far as animation and what it did. My memory could be bad on that, but that's how I remember it. Still club quality 4. Now we're using a quality 2. I'm gonna wait until we get to quality 6, and that's when I'll make my next club. If we find a better one, then find one. Ooh. Did I do it too soon? I think I did. Alright. What day is it? Day 46? So let's say day 54. Yeah. Loot ATM day 54. Alright, that's a little reminder there. Get one black strap, why not? Yeah, we'll be making a lot of blackstrap coffee Saturday as well. We obviously will be able to have all that gunpowder, so we'll have options. Okay, frame rates up to a mixture of 70 to 90. Kick the afterburners. But yeah, Behemoth is such a catch-22 item, isn't it? To have a creature that big and likely very damaging to your blocks could present an interesting scenario. Because now you're going to have to design base build based on something that is a behemoth, is a massive creature, right? So yeah, I don't know how I'd feel if they were to bring it, or actually, it hasn't. It's not about bringing it back. It hasn't been put in the game at all for legit gameplay. But if they were to put it in the game, is an interesting possibility. Last Blood Moon, we averaged using around 3,000, 7.62 rounds each person. Oh my god. Yeah, I forgot to do the math on this previous one of how much 9mm ammo I had used. It's a good reminder that this Saturday we're going to have... so we'll have day 49 and maybe maybe day 56 board. Velisaro, even if it was just a world boss type thing, like a 5% chance to spawn, doesn't come on Horde Night. Yeah. I mean, going back to what we're talking about with like World of Warcraft or something, right? I always liked that there were some of these giant things in that world. Giant things in that world, right? That you occasionally could, if you're leveled up high enough, or your group was high enough at least, that you could take them on. But quite possibly you would want to avoid. Now, once one spawns in the world, I wouldn't mind if it's like it's in that vicinity, and the game remembers it in that vicinity. So if it is near where you built a base, well, either defeat it or build a base somewhere else. You know, not everybody would be down with that, I'm sure, but I kind of dig the idea. How much money you got? That you want? Yeah. Good resource day. This has been nice, and certainly appreciate everybody kind of coming in for a session like this. I guess I don't think it caters to Saturday's format, where I think it's good that we jump around on jobs and fighting zombies all the time. But no, this has been good tonight. I know there were times that, like, a lot of you guys would say, you know, that mining streams aren't boring. And I was like, tell that to all the other people that don't show up for stream, but it happens. It really does. And I want people to come in and hang out when they're comfortable coming in and hanging out, so it's no biggie. But at the same time, yeah, it's kind of nice to see you guys all came in tonight. Let's see, what else have I got going on? So we talked earlier about, yeah, I'm working on my comic, my artwork, my stories. You guys were super awesome to ask some questions on that. Another friendly reminder, patreon.com/Greg Scott Bailey. If you guys are looking to support me through Patreon, that's the link. YouTube and Kick already have that link still currently active. You guys don't have to support financially. There's a free option. All the members are getting the updates as long as you're signed up for free. You're getting the updates as well. There eventually will be some tiered options of updates for my art and my stories. But as far as like when I go live, my calendar, my schedule, if you don't want to follow me on social media, that's a good source to go to, is Patreon, to follow me up on my streaming calendar and some of my streaming news as well. So I'll be posting regular updates weekly for the streaming there, and as production happens, I will be putting more artwork up here soon. Didn't have a chance today because just a long work day, exhausting day. And that's going to be the continued problem, is trying to find free time to do the artwork that I'm wanting to do. But yeah, we'll be having some headshots of characters, so you guys start getting to know some of the characters. And I'm going to start releasing sometime this month some initial story notes and scenes and whatever I'm comfortable with releasing with my comic. The story will have a bits and pieces released here or there for my 3 different main stories. I'm going to have bits and pieces released that you guys can read if you want. If you don't want to, you want to wait until it's finished, you can wait until it's finished. But it'll be available for those that want to kind of follow along the journey of development. And you guys could check that out as it goes. So that's currently in progress. I had talked about earlier that and I'm just repeating basically, but having a great time recreating my stories. I'm updating stuff that's 20 years ago at least that I started, and I'm finally able to in my life get to a point where I can get creative again and start working on my creative projects. So, with that being said, I'm starting to work on my comic again, my artwork and stories. Now, the artwork is going to be the hardest part because I've lost a lot of my hand-eye coordination and everything, not drawing consistently over the past 5 or more years. And my hands shake, my eyesight's a little bit worse, although it's getting better. I'll talk about that in a second. But yeah, my hand-eye coordination, all that stuff's got to get fixed. I was already kind of not as good with anatomy and layout and structure and design that I should have been working on all my life. So there's aspects where I'm going to have to go back and retrain myself to draw these things and try to pick up the skill set again. And so that's going to be a little frustrating, but I'm going to make it happen. So first sets of story and illustration that I do are most likely going to be rough, but it's going to be the best I could do. And with that, you know, it means that we'll have content out, story that you can. So I'd much rather go ahead and start moving on to that stuff instead of waiting like another 5 years or something, you know. So I'm kind of putting that kind of fear of how people will think and feel about my artwork aside for the sake of actually getting stuff done. As far as writing, I've been letting people know that I am not a writer. I don't have the training or knowledge of how to write a story according to, you know, I think professional writers and people who have gone to school for it. But I have a story I want to tell, and I'm going to tell it. So I'm going to write anyways. And while I understand people saying, well, that means you're a writer, it's like, no, I'm saying I'm not, you know, the professional writer. I'm not trying to put myself down. I'm just trying to be honest that I've got no formal training. Therefore, I don't claim myself as a writer at this point. But that being said, so a lot of the stuff that I've been working on lately has been character development, plot, linking plots together that are going to come together in the actual story, how a lot of the characters interact, all that stuff's being developed right now. It's taking stuff that I did, like I said, 20 years ago, and I'm updating it to with a much more modern knowledge set, which is again what I say about the Fun Pimps. You know, they had the idea of the game before for 7 Days to Die, and now they have what they're trying to do now based on learned knowledge and growth of experience. So I kind of relate a little bit that had I been able to do my comic book I wanted to do many, many moons ago, I think it would have been lacking some of the things that I've been able to understand and comprehend in storytelling structure and you know, entertainment media that I've seen today that I either want to emulate, be inspired by, or want to avoid looking like I'm copying. We were talking about Tolkien earlier. You know, I'm going to finally read The Hobbit, Lord of the Rings, the 3 Lord of the Rings books. I've never read them, and there's a long story about backstory on that for why. So I'm not going to go into that again. So if you guys want to rewatch this video, you can catch what I mentioned on that. But yeah, I want to reread Tolkien so that I can at least one, know what he did, so I can gain that knowledge with his writings, not just the movies. I enjoy the movies, but also two, when I gain that knowledge of what he wrote, that I can see what I want to be inspired by and avoid what I want to accidentally emulate exactly like Tolkien. Make sure I'm not trying to do something like that. Villasaro, I think you came in mid-comic convo. Are you doing the art for the comic as well? Yes, I'll be writing and illustrating what I'm putting together. So it's gonna be all gonna be me. At some point, I might do like guest artist for stuff. I'm gonna pay people for that, but that's if we get to the point where I can see that I have a product that people want to purchase, and I can turn some of that possible revenue into paying other artists. One of the topics that's come up is the topic of AI. image generation and other uses of these programs. There's a lot of different programs out right now. ChatGPT is one of them that I've been dabbling into, and I want to be transparent about that. And I'll get back to what you were saying there, Villasaro. Is I'm horrible at organizing. Oh, it's because we're full. I'm horrible at organizing. I have a chaotic brain, so trying to stick to a schedule, stick to organization, has been very rough for me. So I've been using ChatGPT as basically a personal assistant to put everything together and structurally find ways to link stuff together to have my stories and my characters and everything like that. I've been using it for personal assistant. However, you can use it for image generation, and I've done that with a few of my ideas of like, hey, here's my sketch, here's my thing, and I would tell ChatGPT, let's see what an image like this would be from your interpretation, and I see what it does, and therefore I go, okay, cool, but I'm still gonna draw it myself. Like, the illustration is to be what I'm going to hand draw. I could see what an interpretation could be, but ultimately in the end, I want to write and I want to draw everything that I'm putting together. So Velasar, I had a weird conversation with my chat GPT, and it came out that I prefer to be called a name, and mine's called itself Echo. Also, like, got into that aspect of it, huh? Interesting. Did he take down a cactus? Is that what it was? Yeah, so it's been really interesting. Now, one of the things that I'm going to be kind of working on over the course of doing this is, for those that don't know, obviously there's some moral gray areas, not gray areas for some people, but there's some moral areas about using AI. That's why I mentioned that, I want to pay artists to do artwork for me if I were to create a product that is actually earning revenue for me. The idea there is I'm wanting to illustrate it myself. Regardless, I want to illustrate it myself. I want to write it myself. I want to just use AI, ChatGPT, for a production assistant kind of thing. But at the same time, if I'm making revenue, I wanted to turn that revenue into something that I could get other artists jobs as well. Make $200, $500, $1,000, whatever, here or there. Because to me, like, ultimately, I do want an actual human touch on the story there, even if it's just cover work or pinup work or whatever. And I do all the rest of the work. I think it's just enjoyable to continue that. Sorry, I got a fire truck going by. Every time a fire truck goes by, it makes me want to, like, raise my voice up louder. But yeah, so there's always going to be that moral concern of using an AI program for that kind of work. My goal is to be as transparent about it as possible, and if that is an absolute for somebody to not purchase my product, view my artwork and everything like that, I have absolutely nothing against anybody making that choice, and I understand. Yeah, in my case, the idea is using it for a tool as production assistant, but not to make production work that I will then say is my own or something like that. The idea is to do my own artwork by hand, drawing it, hurting my eyes and hands to make it happen. So, Pitchy, how you doing? Yeah, Pitchy, right? Speaking of eyes, I promise this month I am going to get glasses. I'll wait until next payday, though. Velasara, I have a friend that used AI to generate a meal plan, and it generated a shopping list and a budget for them, and they said it worked really well for them. That's interesting. Okay. Yeah, it's such an interesting thing right now. Obviously, it's a hot topic. Obviously, it's a hot topic in general, right? Is where's the comfortability, and where's the absolutes that you're not comfortable at all about, right? Oh, he's still alive. Oh, we got a whole smorgasbord. I don't need to aim down sights. That's a little wandering horde, I think. Couple things I'll continue to bring up, and we'll move on to close it up here. But the concerns from artists, friends of mine, and others that I've been reading, the concerns are the morality of it. An AI is trained on what others have done, and therefore, if it's trained on what others have done, it is using that knowledge to do the thing you're doing. Therefore, what you're doing could be plagiarized or copied from somebody else is the concern. There's people that talk about the server farms for it. Now, I don't know I don't have the knowledge on all of that stuff as far as the server farm use, and how much output and heat and water usage and all that stuff. There's more details to that. I'm not very informed on that right now, so I can't comment further on it. But for me, the comfortability for me lies in the fact that I just want to use it for sorting and organizing my thoughts. Like I said, I call it a production assistant because that's what I'm using it to do, is do kind of like the workload right now that I'm not capable of doing. And that's where I think, like, a lot of people will, a lot of artists will probably give me grief for, is, because they put in years and years of work, and to me, I'm like, that to me is the work that they did is valid, and they put the time, the effort in very much. You applied yourself to that thing. You are now capable of doing that thing better than you could 10, 20 years ago, 30 years ago in some cases, or more. So you applied that skill, you earned that skill, and you learned it, and you got it, and that's you. And that's great, honestly. Circumstances made it difficult for me to reach that point. And so, as my life stands right now, I'm basically needing assistance in order to do the thing I want to do, and that's where I feel that something like ChatGPT is helpful. But I still maintain the one thing that I'm wanting to do, and this is where it's important to me as an artist myself, is that I specifically can draw the characters. I specifically write down the scripts of what I'm writing from. My stories are me and my ideas. The AI is organizing those thoughts and perhaps helping me at least put it in a cohesive manner versus telling me what I should or should not put into my story. So yeah, Mystique, he brought his family to play. I guess it was like Plague Spitter family and cousins from down the road. So I anticipate that this is going to be a continued topic of conversation as I continue to go down that road. I've already lost some artist friends. I found out recently 2 or 3 really close artist friends are already writing me off and not wanting anything to do with me, and I wish them well. Any kind of work that they do, they earned. You know, they've worked hard and they've gotten to where they are. And again, I don't wish any kind of work taken away from anyone because of automation, but you know, I think the hard part now is trying to find where we go from here in the inevitable future. And I hate to say it that way because it sounds like I'm siding with the enemy or something. In their minds, I am. Velisaro, I own a vending machine business and I use ChatGPT to make me a website that allowed me to drag and drop to try and plan out layouts. It made it in 20 seconds. It would have taken a week or months for me to try to figure out how to code it myself. And I think that's the interesting part too of the topic of conversation is, you know, someone could say when you could have gone to, I don't know, what's the website, Fiverr, you could have got somebody for $100 to probably do that code. I'm just saying in general, right? You know, someone will probably come back and say something like that, and that's true. That is possible. I think the hard part, and this is ever evolving how I feel about it too. And I don't consider myself a moral authority on this whole situation. Trying to think if I want to go into 29 minutes. This feeling I've had has been before the whole AI stuff came into play. But the hard part about an artist, whether you're an entertainer, an actor, a writer, a musician, whether you're an illustrator, a sculptor, whatever. So the arts themselves, right? The hard part about the arts is we did legitimately have a good portion of exploding, maybe that's not the word, expanding cultural shift into needing artists for a great many things, right? We always bring up, you know, the advertising you get. Well, that's put together by artists, you know, creators, you know. The commercials, the TV shows, the movies, you know, the comics, the newspapers, you know, all these designs, your favorite logo for your favorite sports team, and you know, all these things are done by artists. And so the big I keep saying explosive, the revolution of expanded arts being needed for the world, and on top of that, our world being a society where it is possible for anybody who feels like they want to go into an art is possible and capable of doing that thing they want to do. Now more than ever, you know, you're growing up, there's a good chance, unless your family has like absolutely just not the situation or circumstance for it to happen, it is now possible for anybody to pursue that art that they want to do, that they want to perform, that they want to create, right? And with it, make a living with it. However, the catch-22, and this is part of what came to mind in these last 20 years for me. Again, this is before the AI topic. The one thing I started coming to terms with is just because you're an artist does not mean that you are what am I trying to say? You are not owed money. you're not owed a living because you're an artist. You want to create that thing, and if somebody wants that thing, they can then say, I would like that thing. Here is what I would like to give you in exchange for that thing. You know, there's an economy set up for it, like, you know, movies, TV shows, music, art for sale. Obviously, you know, there's an economy behind it where there's things put into sale, and therefore that has become a societal expectation that you want that art. You must pay or exchange goods for that art. And I think the hard part about that is because it is expanded into such a possibility of it being an earned income, that the expectation now is of every artist. Pardon me if I'm speaking, putting words into other people's mouths. But I feel like every artist I've met, again, writers, illustrators, musicians, I feel like everybody expects that they are owed a living for doing that art. Now again, we on a regular basis have motor vehicles, and therefore maintenance technicians are needed. You know, assembly line workers, you know, even with robotic assembly line stuff, cutting into those jobs. You know, for now, we'll say that, you know, there are still people that are needed for a lot of these other jobs. There's an industry for it, therefore there's a job need for it. Still the same thing with arts, depending on what art it is. You know, there's a need for it, therefore there's a job market, therefore you can pursue in some way, shape, or form applying your desire to do something towards a job market, and therefore earn money, earn revenue, earn a living. But I think a lot of people do forget that basic principle of just because you want to do something doesn't mean somebody wants what you want to do. And that was starting to hit my mind because the artwork that I was creating, the style of art I did, my example, no, Belisaro, this is a good conversation. I'm happy that I'm a little bit more, how do I put it? I'm a little bit more well versed on it today than I have been before, and so it's a good time to keep going on it, I think. But yeah, I was saying before, like, when I was selling my artwork at comic book conventions, very poorly, you know, I tell everybody, in maybe 10 years of going to shows here or there was 5 good core years in there. But in roughly about 10 years worth of selling artwork at comic book conventions, selling comic book art, fan art, mind you, characters that are not my own. We'll use Wolverine for an example. You could go to a booth next to me. You can go to a booth on the left of me, booth on the right of me. You know, the booth across the way from me, and all 3 of those booths could have a Wolverine for sale of artwork that artist did. You know, they got prints of it, and I could have my Wolverine illustration, and I would sell no copies of that Wolverine at all. And yet the one of the artists to my left would talk about, like, they sold out of their prints, and I'm like, how many did you bring? I was like, I brought 100. I was like, you just made $2,000 off of Wolverine prints, you know? You know, there were other booths that were selling prints left, right, up, down, and I would struggle to make $60, $80 at shows that cost me like $800 to do, after airfare and hotel and the cost of the booth to sell my artwork. And there are other factors in there, of course. How much of a salesperson am I? You know, how am I doing selling my own artwork? And that factors in. But part of that factoring in is the version of Wolverine that I drew interesting to the mass audience that is walking by my table enough that they want to say, here's $20, I would like a print. And in most cases, in 10 years worth of conventioning, 5 core years of really hardcore conventioning, I only made money back on cost of show twice. So there, I can't remember the exact number. Let's say a show cost me $600 to do. I made like 650 back. Things like that. So the reason I bring that up in this conversation is that's when I was hitting that realization point that I really enjoyed that drawing of Wolverine that I did, so much so that I made a print of it, and I was very happy to put it out there for sale. But it was very heartbreaking to me as an artist because people didn't want my version of Wolverine, but they wanted everybody else's around me. I would see so many people sell prints of characters that I was also doing. But I had to, at some point, kind of take a little bit of that jealousy, very obvious, envy and jealousy, and put it in a pocket, and just kind of hit that realization button that it's because I didn't draw something that was appealing to them. I was selling them for the same price as everybody else, 20 bucks for a print. You know, some people were better at talking to customers than I was, so, you know, I had to get better at talking to customers. And I just, real quick on that note, I don't like the idea of coercing somebody into buying my artwork. So I don't like the idea of being a car salesman. Not to offend any car salesman, of course. But the stereotype of schmoozing the customer to get them to buy your product instead of somebody else's. I don't think people should have to do that. I think people should. I think their product should do most of the selling, and you're now the person that is making that product available front and center, and then they can make the choice. Do I have pictures to show of us? Oh, I'm using Wolverine as a basic example, but I had a Deadpool Wolverine. At some point, I'll have my artwork. There's an old computer that I have to get a hard drive, and I'll have artwork ready and available again to show people. But I'm glad you brought that up because that actually is important. Yep, there he is. Bled to death. That is actually important to me enough to say I would love to have the old artwork available that I'm comfortable showing, because that's the other thing is I've I look at some of my old artwork and I'll be honest, I'm like, yeesh. And I hate to insult myself on it. It's because years later, a lot of things that I've come to understand about human anatomy. It's you start seeing the difference in how things could be drawn versus how I did draw them before. But yeah, so to wrap up that example, that's basically one of the examples that led me towards what's now this conversation about AI. Is and I was talking to somebody earlier today. It is people's livelihoods that are ultimately being upended, you know. It used to be that, you know, if your company needs a logo, you would go to somebody to design a logo. Now you go into ChatGPT for 30 minutes, you could tweak and modify things on your own at home and say good enough. Now, in my personal opinion, even on that topic, I think it is much better to go ahead and say, if you have a company and you have a brand that you think is worth it, I think it honestly is still more important to go to somebody, to an artist, and have them put together product for you. I honestly do think that that's still, you're still going to get that personal touch. You're going to get moments where you talk to ChatGPT or other programs where it's not understanding what you're saying, and sometimes people are that way too. But there's probably a better chance that you can have a good conversation with an artist and you can come to an agreement that this is the route you're wanting to go, and this is what you're wanting to see with your logo, with your design. That's still, we're still at the point where I think that is always going to be the better route when it comes to hiring somebody for art. In my case, I'm going to be doing my own books, technically my own stories. The whole point for me is that I am illustrating and writing my own stuff, and I just want to use it for a production assistant. So, and the whole point now is that I'm doing it for me, and if there's an audience for it, then they're joining the journey, is where I'm at. I have no desire to try to live off of my art. You know, if I can, obviously I want to stay with my day job as long as possible, until I can file retirement maybe. And same thing I've always said about streaming, you know, with artwork. If I were somehow, some way able to make twice as much with my artwork as I do with my day job, then I'll consider leaving my day job. I won't leave my day job, I'll consider it. So, you know, all that factor has to come into play, where I'm not going to do it. I'm not on a whim going to be like, wow, this month I made twice as much as my day job. Goodbye, day job. No. Because that's not a guarantee either. I could have really great sales and I could hit that mark with some artwork or something like that. And then all of a sudden, the bottom drops out, nobody wants my stuff, and I'm screwed. Because I left the, what was more guaranteed. No job's ever guaranteed. But what was more guaranteed with a paycheck, so. Velisara, I drew comic characters as a kid and completely sucked at drawing hands and fingers. Oh man, those are one of the things that I really wanted to and got better at. Were hands and fingers, and it was definitely understanding the articulation of how it all works. Start with the basics and then start breaking down the joints and everything. I would draw a lot of hands that are missing a joint, technically, that are fingers that were missing a joint. And yeah, so eventually I was just kind of like, oh, okay, no, I need that a little bit more here. And yeah, so I'm with you. It's one of those things that as a kid, when I was first starting to draw, that was the thing. I was like, I want to be creative, but I don't know what I want to be creative with. Like, I don't know a character or a thing I wanted to draw, and I would do stuff like bother my parents and, like, you know, tell me something to draw. You know. And you know, so with that, they you know, they would sit there and go, I don't know. And so eventually, you know, we'd think of something, and I'd try to draw it, and it would look horrible, but I did it. You know, that was the key thing, is that at least I tried. And then if it's something I really liked, then it's something I got better at. Oh, we got stacks of gas also unlocked, but we need, what, 5,000 per? But yeah, no, that was one of those things that you're talking about hands. That's one of those that you yeah, you do what you can to oh wait, oh, it's 2,000 each. Well, why did it say? There, it's not taking up a craft slot. All right, what are we doing for time? We got about 10 minutes here before we wrap up. The outro will be about a minute or so. And then, all right, so what do? We got some stone left. There's some here and some here. I got them split between these project boxes. Obviously, I can get more stone. That's not the concern. The concern is other items that we needed. But yeah, so we got a good chunk of iron now, so we can start smelting a lot of iron. We've been doing brass. But I've just been doing radiators. Obviously, we've been collecting the raw brass. Wait, yeah, we had something in here. Oh. Way sand I got in the project box, sure, why not? This particular project box I've kind of had a mixed thought. I used to make a box I called construction, and the construction one I would put the items that I would be constructing other projects with. The craft box is where you would get the little supplies of it, but construction would have projects, right? You know, would have we got a cooking pot mine. I can pick them up now due to a book I think I read. But yeah, so yeah, solar cell, mini bike chassis stuff. So projects are in here. But yeah, construction box used to be that. What else? Yeah. So real quick, just again to wrap up. So like I said, I plan to be transparent about the whole what I'm using for creating my books and my stories. And again, I just hope that people understand along the way that ultimately, in the end, I do feel that the artwork I'm going to produce and put together is going to be mine. But any kind of association with AI at all is very obviously something that people aren't comfortable with, and I will not hold it against anybody if they still feel uncomfortable with how I'm doing it. Saw a flash of light, but was that because I was... Oh, yeah, it's because we got a explosive arrow still in our inventory. Oh, wow, the pickaxe. I didn't even see that. Oh, it's because it was in the hot bar here. I can't see this bottom row where the health of the item is because of my ultra wide monitor. The aspect ratio cuts it off. All right. What else? So yeah, talked about the writing, talked about the artwork. Streaming tomorrow and Friday will be Valheim. We'll be doing Journey to Deep North, and we'll be working on that game again. We're still waiting on updates from the devs on when when the Deep North will happen. The Journey to Deep North is my label. But yeah, we're doing long game with that. We're doing long game with 7 Days to Die here, so I'm not necessarily in a hurry. But if all goes well, with the possibility that that Deep North update will be part of this coming winter here in the Northern Hemisphere, then that'll kind of work out perfectly for when we go into winter, and that particular playthrough that we have will the character will be set and ready to go, because we'll go down, we'll do Ashland stuff and whatnot. That's still a long ways away, but my main base is still on top of a mountain, and so that was kind of a fun thing to start out with anyways. So we'll continue to build everything we can in that mountain. Vehicle just drove by. We'll continue to build our main base there, including a castle design, which I don't have a design. I'm just going to do a castle, and we'll do it on just building on a whim. Oh, you know what? Let's go farm for the last few minutes. But yeah, so the castle in Valheim is going to be just built on a whim. We do what seems comfortable as we're building it. There. Armor full set bonus activated. And then we'll be back to this game for 7 Days to Die, Jack of all trades, Saturday at 2 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Tomorrow and Friday, Valheim will be at 8 p.m. Adjust your clocks accordingly. It's almost midnight here. So we'll be back for a 10-hour stream. I'm not going to do 12, but I'll do 10-hour stream this Saturday, 2 p.m. to midnight. And like I said, I don't know if we'll hit that second Horde night, but we'll try to hit the Horde night. 2 Horde nights, 49 and 56. We should be able to pull it off if it's... Right now it's an hour and a half until the next Horde night. Real life time. Yeah, depending on the breaks I take during Saturday's stream, we'll probably be able to wrap up with day 56 Horde. So, so if you guys are wanting to see that, come on in, hang out Saturday. Like I said, 2 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, we'll be starting up that stream. A lot of folks start coming in about, I think, 5 p.m. So it's understandable. If you guys missed the first Horde, that'll be on you, not on me. Sorry. No, if you guys are able to make it, I'd love to have you there. If not, we'll see when you guys do come in. As always, I take Sundays off, but I've also added Mondays and Tuesdays as well. Tuesdays, when I'm feeling comfortable, will be art streams, but I still haven't been able to get off work and have the energy to do it. So we'll break out the art tablet again at some point and get some digital art going on some streams. Right now I can't film on paper when I'm doing pencil. It doesn't show up on the camera very well. So I'll continue to show a lot of my pencil sketches by way of my cell phone and share that with you guys that way when that arises. If I can, and if all goes well, I will try to get a whole bunch of headshots done tomorrow, maybe like on my lunch break or something like that, and I'll share on the Patreon. One last time, patreon.com/Greg Scott Bailey is, again, as we wrap up. For the Twitch folks, that's the most active chat. So yeah, if you guys are willing and able, you can do it for free. You don't have to do the paid tier. Paid tier does get you into the Discord though. But for free, you'll see the current updates that I'm going to put out, and then the paid tiers will have different extra goodies down the road. Right now, I just want to get some folks over there. We're going to try to get 50 people, again, free members or paid members. I want to get 50 people in on my my Patreon. So if you guys are willing to do it, I think we need like 9 more. Or no, it's like 43, so maybe 7 more. So yeah, if you guys are willing and able to help out with the Patreon support, I appreciate it. No pressure. No guilt trip when I say no pressure. It truly does mean a lot to me that a lot of you guys support me. Anyways, come into these streams. Usually in my outro, I thank the lurkers, but I'll do it now. When you guys come into my streams to just hang out, there will be times where I'm always saying, I'd love to chat and love to have conversation. But if at that time you guys are not in the mood to chat and have a conversation, please don't feel pressured to have to talk or speak. I like having lurkers in my stream. I appreciate the fact that somebody wants to spend their time, sit and hang out, even if they're not chatting. So always appreciated having you guys here. For those that do chat, I definitely appreciate the conversations we've been having lately. There's been a lot of increase when I do 7 Days to Die than my usual numbers. I'll be straightforward on that. For a Wednesday, I didn't expect 24 viewers on Twitch. I don't think we have like a couple people on YouTube, and there's usually not anybody on Kick. Yep, nobody on Kick right now. And that's okay. You know, people will come and check out stuff. It's like my conversation earlier. Yeah, if I'm not putting out something that people want to see, then that's just the way it is. But I will continue to try to improve a lot of that and find content that people are wanting to come in and check out. And so with that, the onus is on me, I feel, to better myself and my product. So, you know, part of that can be through the conversations that you guys have with me. hey Greg, we haven't seen this for a while. Are you guys going to do that again? Someone the other day asked me if I'm going to stream Raft ever again. And I was like, I kind of been thinking about it. Not sure if it'll be an off day that we'll queue up Raft again. Um, I'm still going for Diamond 3 in Rocket League, so at some point I want to you know want to get back into streaming Rocket League. So it's for those that are interested in that once in a while. But that's where I'll say, feel free to always chime in when you want to see something a little bit more with whatever I'm doing. Just don't be a jerk about it. That's all I ever ask. But it means a lot to me to hear from you guys of some feedback on what you're digging about my streams and my artwork. Obviously, when that starts coming out more, the more you guys chime in on that as well. I can kind of see what I'm capable of catering to and what I'm gonna say, nope, this is the direction I'm going, and that's the way it is. So anyways, that'll do it. It's now midnight. Shutting off the stream right now. No, still outro. Thank you everybody for coming out again. Once again, thanks to lurkers, thanks to people that chat. Both of you guys appreciate having you here. Next stream tomorrow, 8 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, is Journey to Deep North, Valheim, for both Thursday and Friday, starting at 8 p.m. And we'll have some fun playing that up again. Saturday, we'll be back with Jack of All Trades here with 7 Days Side. We'll do 10 hours again on Saturday. Hope to see you guys 8 p.m., 2 p.m. on the next set of streams. So thanks so much for coming out tonight. I appreciate each and every one of you. Eventually, we'll get an outro here so that people can visually see, oh, he's ending stream. So thank you so much. I appreciate y'all. I'm never gonna stop saying that. Sometimes I'll repeat it, but I appreciate each and every one of you. And as always, we'll see you on the next adventure.